Hello. Hello. Good morning to everyone present here. It is my privilege to extend a very warm welcome to our chief guest, Professor V. Kamakoti, guest of honor, Dr. Malayappan, and other distinguished dignitaries, eminent speakers, representatives from government, faculty from IIT Madras, leaders from NGOs, industry partners, researchers, professionals, parents, students, and delegates. Today's summit is more than just a conference. It marks an important milestone in a collaborative journey that has evolved over the past 3 years through partnerships between IIT Madras and NGOs working tirelessly in the field of neurodiversity. What began as technology-enabled pilot initiatives has now grown into a shared vision for a center of excellence for neurodivergent individuals, bringing together research, innovation, community engagement, and inclusive employment. The theme of today's summit, Research, Innovation, and Community for Inclusive Futures, reflects our collective commitment to creating scalable and sustainable solutions that enable neurodivergent individuals to learn, thrive, and participate meaningfully in society. We are honored by your presence and look forward to an enriching morning of dialogue, collaboration, and action. May I request everyone to kindly raise for the invocation song. request everyone to kindly be seated. To formally inaugurate the summit, may I request our distinguished dignitaries to kindly come on to the stage. I now invite Professor V. Kamakoti, Director, IIT Madras, Dr. Malayappan, Director, Institute of Mental Health, Chennai, Professor Ashwin Mahalingam, Dean, Alumni and Corporate Relations, IIT Madras, Professor N. Ramesh Babu, Professor, Department of Mechanical Engineering, IIT Madras. Mr. Srikanth, Honorary Secretary, the Clark School for the Deaf. Kindly grace the dais. I now request Professor N. Ramesh Babu to deliver the welcome address and set the context for today's summit, sir.
Thank you, madam. Good morning to all of you. Good morning to our chief guest, Professor V. Kamakoti, who is the director of our institute, and Dr. Malayappan, who is the director of IMH, also Professor Ashwin, and who is our dean, alumni and corporate relations, and Mr. Srikanth from the Clark School, and other invitees and distinguished speakers in various panels, and also ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed an honor for me to be part of this particular event, which started almost 1 year, 10 months. To be precise, September 2024 was the month in which we have initiated some activities. I think it all happened accidentally when I met someone in the boat club, and Mr. Srikanth and his Anila, who is also a faculty member who is here, also met me. And one Mr. Ramakrishnan, who came from Vivekananda Kendra, from Nagarkoil, that place. So he wanted to come and meet me on the next week, and he met me at my center in the research park. And then he started dialoguing that the neurodivergent people with autism, ADHD and all of them are closer to the divine. And he persuaded me to meet our director on that day evening at about 8 o'clock. I don't know whether the director remembers or not. But then he immediately said that if Ramesh Babu is there, let us go ahead with it. So I didn't want to give him a false opinion that I will only take it up and leave it. But then I said that if I wanted to do something for the nation, I think we have to look at the institute also in a bigger perspective. In the sense, we don't want to do something which you all can do it independently as trustees of different trusts. So I think that made me to think deeper. And I said, if we have to really build, I think we need to look at it from end to end. It is not simply starting something and then ending it. We have to see that the results of it are also commensurate with our planning. That's when I interacted with a few of them initially. But then I said, I think these people are not sufficient enough for us to really leverage the way that we wanted to really build a center. Center will not sustain with 1 or 2 people. And it has to stay for a longer time with many activities. I think that's where people started coming in from various trusts that we see, many of them. I happened to visit a few of them along with our director to award some diploma for some programs also. In the sense, this is an observation of all the people who are running their own trusts in their own way. I didn't want to really get into those details, but I said that unless I see the people who are really suffering it, I may not be able to really appreciate it. I think a few parents along with their wards, they came to our center and spent half a day, a couple of times. And the idea of their coming to AMTDC is to see whether these people can be really employed in some organizations. I said that yes, if you create some skills, among these individuals, definitely we'll be able to place them in some industries and the startups and associations, etc. And that again gave me a lot of uh, experience. This experience is completely different from what I have witnessed over the last 35 to 40 years as a faculty of IIT Madras. I think it really jolted me, it really moved me. I think these are the people with whom the parents as well as the trustees are managing it. I said, I think we need to do it. Then I stretched my hand further. I said that no, let us go to the faculty and interact with them. Unless the faculty members are passionate about it, unless they are part of it. See, I can only be an advisor, a mentor to help you all. But then we went to management studies, Arshinder Kaur and Lata. There are so many of them were there. I used to go to their department and interact with them, and they used to come to AMTDC. I think it was a collective effort of many of the faculty members who have come together in order to give their views. And I know Professor Ramakrishnan, Professor Srinivas Chakravarti, I think all of them have shown a lot of enthusiasm to see that how do we really build a different ecosystem which can coexist with the ecosystem that we have it in IIT Madras. I think that gave me a confidence. Then I said, okay, we will not stop it here. We need to prepare a proposal, and that proposal should contain the themes on which the faculty members can work, and the students associated with them as research scholars should also come together. Then we formulated about 6 themes, wherein first and foremost thing is how do we assess the real problem with the children. I think the assess models wherein some of the faculty members of management studies were already working. I understand that Dr. Vishwanath, who was an adjunct faculty, who came from the TCS Research Center, he said that I know there are few people who are working. I said, let us all bring all of them together and formulate it. I think we had 6 themes in which final one is how do we make them skilled and employable. And in between assistive technology, etc. came up. Then we went and approached our director. Then I said, we need some coordinator. I am no longer a champion to lead it in the IIT system, but then I can still be an advisor as an emeritus professor. Then immediately said that Professor Arshinder Kaur, I think then onward she took the full responsibility of taking every one of them, and she immediately said that you please contact the ACR office, and then ACR is the Alumni and Corporate Relations Office, wherein we met the Vasudha and many of them for many times, and Professor Ashwin came in, and then we talked to him also. He was kind enough to give a seed grant in order to hold this particular summit, which can really collect the opinions and views of many of the experts who are present here. And they are the ones who can really give the proper directions, and those directions will definitely be useful for the center if it has to be set up in course of time with the blessings of all the officials of IIT Madras, including our director. And this is where we stand today now. I think I would like to briefly give this context, otherwise people may not know what is the purpose for which we have done it. And many of them asked, what is the agenda for you? There is no agenda. It is a human agenda. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring address, your inspiring welcome note, and for articulating the vision behind the pioneering initiative. Now, it is our honor and pleasure to invite Professor V. Kamakoti, Director, IIT Madras, to deliver the inaugural address.
So very DC come. What a coincidence. So friends, a very hearty welcome to IIT Madras campus. Dr. Malayappan, hearty welcome to you and all the dignitaries and all the NGOs. A lot of time we are very happy doing certain things, but we are most happy when we do some very important things. And today is a most happiest day for us. And as an administrator, always have people to whom we say things and then we follow up, and then at some point of time there'll be some end point. But there are few people whom we say something, but they come with lot of great things. And Professor Ramesh Babu is an outstanding person in this. And when a need comes, all our faculty, always people used to ask why IIT Madras has been in the top position for the last 10 years. The reason is that when a need comes, all faculty come together and try to solve the problem with giving their full effort. And that's how Arshinda, Lata, Yusha, everybody has come here to put this thing together, from Ramki and anybody I've left out. All of them have come to see that we have one consolidated, focused attempt on trying to solve one of the most important issue that we are facing. And that is going to be extremely important for Viksit Bharat 2047, as envisaged by our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. Friends, the good name that they have given now is Divyang, right? It's not, we don't call them physically challenged. The Divyang, as Ramakrishnan sir always used to tell, Divyang is where the word Divya comes, because they are much more closer to divinity. Always we see they have extraordinary capabilities. The only thing that we need to do is to basically identify that capability and nurture them. And it's very coincidence that DC is here. He is one of our oldest alumni, and he has done so much for this, specifically autism. And so as IIT Madras, we are very proud that for now several decades we have our own alumni involved in some of these very deep activities, and they keep inspiring us. Whenever we see DC, we always feel that there is something more that we need to do. And similarly, TT Jagannathan, he has sponsored this great center of R2D2, where we have set up many things which can help the Divyang. Friends, today, neurodiversity is something that some of the things that we can identify, but some we cannot identify. And I think many of you would have looked at Tare Zameen Par, one fantastic movie that came out, which actually threw light on where we missed this. And so when I visited the Navjyoti Trust, thanks to you, madam, for inviting me that day, it was a big eye-opener. The type of people, type of young children, and also matured youth and old people whom we saw, how we need to identify some of the disabilities that they have and how to convert it into an ability, early identification, and all these things, and the type of training that need to be given. And certainly immediately there is no doubt that there could be a technological intervention that can basically help them to give an effective training. So we had no doubt about it. And then further, a lot more of discussions happened between Ramesh Babu, Ramki, and all of us. And I think this has come to a very nice stage. Today, I'm very thankful that many NGOs have come. All of you are doing great work. That is very important for our country. Friends, we are the most youthful population in the world. In the age group of 15 to 30, we have the largest population, the largest democracy. I think inclusion is very, very important. Whether social inclusion, health-wise or disability-wise inclusion, bringing them all together is extremely important. So I have this Panch Pran, which we need to do. One is, for neurodiversity, we need early identification. It's extremely important. And so whatever technology, whatever psychology, whatever management, whatever principles, so this is clearly, now we see people from at least 5 departments here, and I'm sure it's going to be a very big interdisciplinary work. But this is something that we need to do, and we have unfortunately, we have sizable large population to basically experiment this and come to a very clear, focused methodology by which we identify this very early. So that is number one. The second thing is we need evidence-based interventions, and that's where the NGOs can help us in a very large way. Where, where, how do we intervene? And that should not be, they cannot be scapegoat, they cannot be guinea pigs. They have to be, we can't experiment on them, but we should have much more of work to be done. For example, digital twins and other things could come in a big way, where we have almost certain or fully certain that an intervention will give benefit to the children or the youth. So that is also very important. The third one is we need skilled educators and caregivers, and I think there's a lot more of training that we can do, and a lot more of technology that we can bring on table, so that this for the caregivers and the educators, it become easy for them to deal with this very challenging task. And then we need assistive technologies that are both affordable and accessible, right? The affordability has to come. I'm very, just giving an example, when you have this wheelchair, right? The moment you see the wheelchair, you sit in the wheelchair, you start feeling you're a patient. And the wheelchair was something like 20 kilogram in weight or something out of 21 kilogram. And it's extremely difficult for people to basically, put their hand and move. One of the R2D2 spawned company, Thrive Mobility, actually came out with a wheelchair that looks very cute. The moment you see, you want to sit on it and walk. So you never feel that you are a patient. Number one. Second is that it is 1/3 the weight of whatever, 7 kg or whatever. And the cost of it was, if you import similar chair, it was 2,40,000. They were able to sell at 74,000. Right? So it's a good chair. It's aesthetically beautiful. The person who owns it with pride. It is easy to move. They use some carbon fiber and some metallurgy people came together. Mechanical engineering, metallurgy, engineering design. So many departments came together to do that. And then finally, it is at a low cost. So we need, the fourth prong that we are seeing is we need assistive technologies that are both affordable and accessible. Right? That fourth. And the fifth is we need employment pathways that move beyond tokenism. So that is something like, Madam, what you are trying to provide, we should identify specific employment opportunities for people who are there. So these 5 punch prawns, if we start working, I'm sure, this center will have a very nice moment. And whatever support that IIT Madras can give, I never mind, along with Ashwin, taking a very big Angavastram and saying, Bhavati Bhikshandehi, we will go to any door, anywhere, knock it, and we'll get more funding to see that this is very successful. Today is this is the first function at IIT Madras that I'm participating at after I was given the Padma Shri. So, but if this becomes very successful, I will really feel that I deserve that Padma Shri. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your inspiring address in detail and for reaffirming IIT Madras' commitment to building an inclusive and innovation-driven ecosystem for neurodiversity. May we now request the guest of honor for the day, Dr. Malayappan, Director, Institute of Mental Health, to share few words on this auspicious occasion.
Respected chief guest of today's summit, Director IIT Madras, Professor Kamakoti, Professor Emeritus Dr. Ramesh Babu, and the other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. It is a great pleasure and honor for me for given this opportunity to be a guest of honor in IIT Madras in the Neurodiversity Summit. Human behavior, human cognition, human emotions are so complex that we do not know exactly how it happens. It is not understandable. It is beyond humans' knowledge, I would say. That too in a neurodiversified individuals, the way in which they behave, they think, they feel, requires deeper research. Uh, it is not easy to standardize, to quantify, to say this is the standard operating procedure or a SOP for neurodiversified individuals. There are so many interventions are available. We do not know exactly what will be more effective, what is more safe, what will not do any harm. So such parameters are not available fully now. So we are in a ocean without the directions, I would say. So um, an association between service users, service providers, and academia, science and technology, and that too in IIT, and that too in a form of a center of excellence, is a great idea. And if it achieves its goal, it will be a great forward step, not only for India, it should be for the entire world. So IIT has all the infrastructure and human resources to do research. It is not easy to plan for a research in a neurodiversified individuals. So we cannot measure. We don't have metrics for human behavior. So we cannot measure in grams or liters, or it is subjective. Human behavior is subjective. So planning a research, conducting, implementing the research, coming out with results, creating evidence base is not easy task. It requires the most hardworking, most intelligent team. And I'm sure IIT has everything, all the infrastructure to plan for the research in the neurodiversified individuals, to get a strong evidence base, and to support the service providers with standard, qualified, or I would say accepted evidence-based interventions. So for this center of excellence and this association between IIT, service providers, service users, academia, and the government will be a very great thinking and forward step. And I congratulate the IIT Madras and the organizers of Neurodiversity Summits for having implemented this. And in the research based, evidence based, technology enabled approaches for the interventions, training, assessment of neurodiversified individual, I am damn sure IIT Madras will be very successful in the future. But I have a request for IIT Madras also. All over the world, extensive research are going on in the cause for neurodiversification. In the etiology, in the what causes autism, we do not know. What causes intellectual disability, we do not know. What causes attention deficit hyperactivity, the pathology, what goes wrong in the brain cells, we do not know. Extensive researches are going on in top universities all over the world. And I would request IIT Madras to take up that also. So not only application research, but also basic research to find out what goes wrong in the neurons, in neurochemistry, electrophysiology of the brain, neuroimaging. All the infrastructure can be built up in IIT for doing an extensive neuro research center. So such a center is not available in India, I would say, to be frank. Some of the wealthiest countries in wealthiest universities, they have such centers. They can do research in 3 or 4 individuals only. We have enormous number of users in India, and we can plan research in such a way that it will not harm them but help them. And we will be making enormous, we will be providing a lot to the science and technology if you are making a breakthrough in the neuro research in the world. Nobody has succeeded in that. So that area also has to be in the part of the center of excellence, apart from providing basic research in assessment, training, employment, lifelong inclusion, all these things can be easily done by IIT, but IIT also should take up the basic research. That will be my request for the organizers of the Neurodiversity Summit, and I congratulate. I am very thankful and I am very grateful for being here for this Neurodiversity Summit and giving my opening remarks. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your knowledge and encouragement. We now invite our esteemed dignitary, Professor Ashwin Mahalingam, to kindly share a few words with us.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me here. I think Professor Ramesh Babu sent me an email several months ago about this, and my first reaction when I saw it was a little bit of confusion, because I know all these people. I know Arshinder well, but she works on logistics and supply chains, and particularly agricultural supply chains. I've known Professor Ramesh Babu since I was a BTech here, where we did some interesting work on construction robotics. I know Ramki, he's sort of a biomedical sort of engineer. So first thought was, how am I even connecting these people? Right? Are their names starting with the same letter? I tried many combinations. And then secondly, how do I connect them to neurodiversity? And what is IIT Madras doing in neurodiversity? Right? So a little bit of confusion right at the beginning. But then the penny dropped and I realized that this is exactly the way in which we need to tackle this kind of an issue. Right? I'm sure I have some people on the neurodiversity spectrum in my family. I'm sure many of us have people that we know. And I think to really if I may say, solve the problem, there is a bio-neuroscience angle to this for sure. That's one part. But there also is clearly a technology angle to this. I mean, the way technology has developed, the ability for us to now create aids for these kinds of neurodiverse people has just, the possibilities are limitless. Management, but also the larger set of social sciences, including the behavioral sciences and so on, are also a very integral part of this. And of course, you also need people who've been on the ground, in the grassroots, who understand the nitty-gritty and the realities to come in and share their experiences. And so we have to do this collectively. So I realized that what we've actually done is put together a crack team of people carefully picked from these various disciplines, but also we've involved a lot of people from the outside. I mean, I see DC here. DC, of course, is one of our is an alumnus who's been supporting IIT Madras for so long, but also is well known for the stellar work that he has done with the Madras Dyslexia Association. Usha also is a good friend of IIT Madras and has been championing how corporates can enable social justice and social welfare through the work that they do at Grundfos. This is the first time I'm meeting Ms. Poonam, but of course her reputation precedes her. I know a lot about the work that we're doing. So it's very nice to see that we've also got people from the outside. So I think we've put together a great team. And I would say Professor Kamakoti said one of the reasons we've been number one for the last 10 years is when we have a problem, faculty come together. But I think I would add another reason is that IIT Madras has embraced interdisciplinarity in a way that I have not seen any other institution, embrace. And, of course, I'm biased in saying this, but having looked at a number of institutions in India, and I would really credit the administration for this. I think if you look at Kama's tenure over the last 5 years, the number of interdisciplinary centers that we've set up at the intersection of engineering and medicine, engineering and the social sciences, medicine and the social sciences, humanities and, and artificial intelligence. I mean, there are so many fields that we are connecting that were earlier, I think, siloed. And I would also credit, Kama, of course, has done a fantastic job, but also Professor Bhaskar before him, and perhaps Professor Anant also was the director when I joined, for setting IIT Madras on this path of let's think interdisciplinarily. So I think we're doing the right things. This is the right place. IIT Madras, I think, is absolutely the right place for something like this, and this is certainly the right time. The only thing is the danger, of course, is that we come today, I saw the lineup of panels, just absolutely fantastic. But at the end of it, there is the danger that we all, go our separate ways. And sometimes these things happen, right? So I think it's important that we prevent that from happening. And somewhere by the end of today, there is some kind of roadmap that we create. And as Kama said, we're very happy that we were able to provide a small amount of seed funding to make this happen. But can we also, for instance, raise an endowment from corporates and alumni and so on that can create a center of excellence that will keep this running for not just the next year or two, but the next 5, 10, 15 years? Because, sir, for us to make the progress that you are talking about, it will not happen in a year. I think we have to think about this in a 5, 10, 15-year trajectory. So hopefully at the end of today, we can have also a plan, and our office is very happy to see what we can do to sort of stretch through our networks and try to see how we can create a center that will last for a long period of time and have sustained impact in this field. So congratulations to everyone on putting this together and being here. I wish everyone a wonderful day today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your observations and suggestions. We now invite Mr. S.N. Shrikant, Secretary of the Clark School, to present a token of appreciation and to speak your words.
Good morning, everyone, and warm regards to the director for having got his Padma Shri Award. That's on behalf of the NGO, would like to appreciate him for the contribution that he has made for science and technology, and he is also going to make to the field of neurodiversity. He has been constantly reminding us IIT for all. So that's something which has taken shape, more concrete today. So I'm extremely happy that that statement has much deeper meaning to what we are going to look forward and work together. IIT is a center of excellence, and they have spread themselves so vast in different field of technology. They have also involved neurodiversity to an extent of opening a center in R2D2 and doing their contribution, which has also helped millions across, and also doing various researches department-wise. As Mr. Ashwin said, who are the connecting dots? How do I connect the dots? If you can spend a little more time to understand the work of each professor's amazing work that they have done in their own field and the kind of impact that they have created already. And we have Mr. DC, Madam Poonam, who all have done immense work to the neurodivergent people. And it's only fit to say that IIT for all is a reality and is going to take shape. It's also an opportunity for NGOs to come together. IIT has opened the doors. Now lot of NGOs have 4 to 5 decades of experience, and the kind of expertise with which they come, we can definitely add value to the work that they are planning to start Center of Excellence. So we will be just making a beginning here and definitely connect. There are NGOs down the line in the rural side who have started just because their son or a daughter is affected, and they are literally running from their homes. So we need to see how we can streamline and bring them all together with a very standardized and consistent, and where they can also scale up to the levels of the NGOs that are there in Chennai. And we also need to contribute more towards the research to the IIT, and then see how we can benefit the ultimate beneficiaries, that is the neurodivergent individuals. So I'd like to thank Director for giving us the opportunity and opening the doors for IIT for all. Definitely NGOs will contribute, and we will continue to work. It will not be just a one-day seminar and we say all good things and each one exhibiting their own knowledge and their own kind of plans. But we'll continue to work. It has taken, as Professor Ramesh Babu said, who is the man who put the seed for this today? It is Mr. Professor Ramesh Babu who started this almost 1.5 years ago. We will continue, sir, and make it happen. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for sharing your inspiring thoughts and appreciation with us. May I request Mr. Shrikant to present a token of appreciation to our chief guest, Professor V. Kamakoti. to Dr. Malayappan, Director, Institute of Mental Health, to Professor Ashwin Mahalingam, and to Professor N. Ramesh Babu. Can we pause for a quick photograph, group photograph? Before that, I request Professor N. Ramesh Babu to present a memento to Mr. S. N. Shrikant. Yeah. Yes. And now the group photo. Thank you, sir. So we now move on to the keynote address of the day. We now invite our distinguished, sorry, invite our distinguished keynote speakers, Ms. Poonam Natarajan and Ms. Usha Subramaniam, to kindly take their seats on the dais. I also request Professor Arshinder Kaur and Professor Vishwanath Kumar Ganeshan to join the keynote speakers on this dais. Our first keynote address focuses on a subject that lies at the heart of inclusion. While awareness and education create opportunities, meaningful employment empowers individuals to lead independent, dignified, and fulfilling lives. Building inclusive workplaces is therefore not merely a corporate responsibility, it is a societal imperative. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Ms. Usha Subramaniam, Country President, Grundfos, India, to deliver the keynote address on economic empowerment, opening livelihood and employment pathways.
Good morning, distinguished guests on the dais, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a privilege to be here because this is the first time that I am in a summit that is dedicated to neurodiversity. So first and foremost, compliments to all the people who brought this together and for the very thought. And what better place to be in than IIT Madras wonderful campus and all the strength that it brings as an institution. I'm very grateful to be invited. Thank you to Professor Anand and the ones, everyone who thought about Grundfos and by extension me. What I would like to do is share our journey with it, and we've been working with the space within the space of so diversity, equity, and inclusion, as we call it in the sort of the organizational language, has been a very core area for us. And within that specifically, we have been focusing on including neurodivergent individuals into our workforce. So I would like to start off by telling a little bit about us as a company. For those of you who don't know about Grundfos or haven't heard of us, just a brief about who we are as an organization, and sharing our journey and our experience and learnings, most importantly, with it. So we are yes, I don't think it works. So we are the world's largest water pump and advanced technological solutions company. We are headquartered in Denmark. We are a Danish company who started off in the year 1945. It was started by an individual who just wanted to make a better pump for the world, and since then we are we have grown over the last 80 years. We've grown consistently to become the world's #1 pump company, advanced technology enabled solutions pump company in the world. We operate out of 100 countries. And today we are approximately 22,600 employees all over the world. In India, we began 28 years ago, and we've grown slowly but steadily. And today we are approximately 1,100 crore turnover with about 800 employees. Headquartered in Chennai. We have an office in Thoraipakkam, including a plant where we produce pumps. And then we also have other offices all over the country. So what you can see what our purpose is. It's really to pioneer solutions to solve the world's water and climate challenges. I think more and more as the years are passing by, these two are becoming one of the biggest challenges that humanity has to overcome in order to sustain and in order to develop. We talk a lot about development also in our country, which is of course extremely positive, but water and energy, these are the two fields that we work with, are significant drivers and enablers, and almost things, if we don't succeed in managing our water and energy situation well, we will not be able to develop. It's the correlation and the dependence is extremely high. So we work with those with that agenda. In terms of values, we the value that I want to sort of focus on is that speaks into our topic for today are two. It's sustainable and focused on people. So the idea is to build a company that lasts, and the idea is that we cannot build a company that lasts and succeeds in the long run unless and until we are inclusive and diverse, because innovation is a very key factor for our company. So we build advanced technological solutions to the water problems, right? And the best ideas and the best way we can progress the innovation agenda is when we have different people on teams, working on teams, very alike. Cloning kind of setups don't give the best innovative output. What we need is diversity, and then I'll come a little bit to how we approach diversity, but that is important. And the other is focused on people. We are known for being a company that actually is extremely providing an atmosphere where employees can thrive. For example, we have one of the lowest attrition rates in the industry. So when people join us, they like to remain with us, they like to grow with us, and they like to keep working with us. So we have many employees. I told you we are 28 years in this country. There are many employees who are over 25 years, 20 years, 15 years, which is not common in industry to see. So that's who we are. And then if we move forward, coming a little bit to, we really believe that diversity is a superpower. Like I said, it's about bringing different kinds of people, and people with different personalities, people with different traits, and people with different abilities. And in the ability spectrum is where we talk about differently abled, and also then within that, of course, the neurodivergent spectrum. So we've had a journey with it for the last many years, close to 20 years in India, where we took first small steps in integrating people with different abilities. And today we have, if we go to the next one, we have a structured approach to integrating neurodivergent talent into the organization. So on top, you can actually see, we call them employees with special needs, and we've successfully integrated 21. Right now, we have 21 employees with neurodivergent needs in the organization, and the way we've done it is we've have an 18-month program, and within that, all of you in the room are experts in the field, so I do not need to share with you that working with neurodivergent adults means it's a new experience every day almost. It's about getting to know them, it's about making them comfortable, it's about understanding them, and it's about matching work areas where they can thrive. And this requires a structured approach, and that's what we've tried to do. So we have, in this 18-month program, for the first 6 months, we have a coach, we have a full-time job coach who works with them, and that is actually an extension of what they have been doing with our various NGO partners. And of course, our NGO partners are very closely also connected to us, working with us in helping out on, when we take 2 or 3 individuals from a certain NGO, then we meet them, we meet their parents, we meet, of course, the teachers. We almost do a very phased handover of what that individual has been studying and learning at the schools. So the first 6 months is really about training and identifying areas of work which could suit our operations, because there has to be a match. And most of the time, apart from 3 individuals who are placed in the office space, the remaining are all placed in our factory, which means that there is a regularity to the work. So, and what kind of work that can be, that's what we kind of try out in the first 6 months. And then in the next 6 months, it's a gradual sort of transition. So we try them out, and so it goes from a training setup into the real life setup. So we try them out in different places based on what we have observed as strengths, and there also it's a little bit of a trial and learning, because it's not necessary that when they performed well at in a training setup they will actually do the same in the actual workspace. So we keep a close eye on it, and then we try out in the real production space, and then the last 6 months is where we kind of then, observing where their strengths are, we then place them in, we give them a home, so to speak. And then the last 6 months is more or less getting them to really excel at what they are doing. And sometimes it has worked out very well, where, the place where we have placed them has been extremely successful. At other times we've had to change, we've had to bring them out and, place them somewhere else. So this is how we do it. Like you can see, it is absolutely in close partnership with the NGOs and also with the parents, because we my team that works with the area, they also have regular meetings with the parents of the individuals, because it's an extension. Sometimes how they are at home, some home situation or something can impact their performance at work. So there is a close connect there. So the transition is gradual, and even post transition, so at the end of 18 months they are sort of coming out, and they are in the regular space. They are regular employees, treated as regular employees. However, we also keep an eye, and the employee who's been the longest, as an example, who's completed recently 15 years with us, we just gave out the long service award to him a couple of months back. Even now has a kind of a once in a while meeting to say how it goes with the team that takes care of it. So through the experience, what have been some of our learnings? How of course we've seen it as the opportunity to succeed, especially for neurodivergent individuals, is not equal. I mean, so we have the opportunity as a corporate to play a little role in that, to make a difference to that. The success with integrating and successfully including individuals with neurodiversity conditions is really needing a longer term commitment and approach. It's not something that we can try and we can work a little bit with it and then we succeed or we don't succeed. It's not, it doesn't work that way. We really have to stay the course, so to speak. And the success is, no matter how much we have the intent as an organization, or we want to do it as an organization, the success really matters with the individual managers who are part of the system. They can make it or not. And the realization is, everybody also wants, from a thought point of view, nobody wants not to do it, right? It's an area, who would not want to do it? However, our organizational systems and, our measurements, our metrics, our, we are when there's delivery pressure, when there is, things that have to be done, sometimes, of course, these things can be seen as hurdles. So we've worked a lot with, how are we had a longest discussion in Grundfos on, we measure activity hours in the factory floor, and the activity hour measurement for an abled person and for a person with special needs cannot be the same. We have to have a way of measuring them differently. And what does then do to our productivity metrics? Because of course we are an organization who want to be productive. So these things, these conversations need to happen, and we have to be able to take a call to say, okay, we will have different metrics for individuals with special needs, and that should not stop us. An activity hour measurement should not stop us from trying to integrate the employees. So things like this. Coaching is very important. Having a full-time coach for the first 6 months, who's also available afterwards, that has helped us really. A job coach is really necessary. And then, working with adapting the environment. Actually, today onwards, we are starting a disability audit in my facility. So we are doing an audit to see how do we fare in terms of our infrastructure needs when it comes to being a inclusive employer who's able to integrate everybody. When it comes to measuring success, it's not really about the big numbers, or it's not about really the big. What we've seen is it has to be measured in small steps. When we reach the number of 5, when we reach the number of 10, and 15, 20, and successfully in between, we've also had people who have come who have not been able to succeed, and that is sometimes it's the best. To also have that the possibility to say that maybe it's a different setting that the person, because the person needs to thrive. We cannot really force it. It cannot be a forced setting. So that also is important. So how to measure success is also important. And at the end, there is really, and you are all probably beacons of those believers on what a focus on the topic can do. And in my team, I have the absolute privilege of having 2 people who are so passionate and who are so committed to making this a success from an organizational system point of view. And that belief is really essential to see it through. So, in terms of where we are, if I had to summarize, it's not about whether neurodivergent talent can succeed in organizations or not. We believe that they can. We've kind of have the experience to say that it can. But what is really essential is how flexible are organizations to unlock the elements that require neurodivergent talent to succeed, because it's not the same. It's not the same, and to be able to recognize what is needed differently and to be able to do that. And that's all I think we have tried to do. We are very much on the journey. We are not done yet. We still have a long way to go, but I think we have taken some good first steps. And then, of course, this project and this endeavor is extremely exciting, because what it will do, hopefully, is it will help us give tools. Because one of the realizations, the way we've worked with it, we've had to figure it out ourselves. Of course, with the extreme support of our partners, our NGO partners. But really, it's been a figuring out exercise inside the organization of how do we make it. So when technology-enabled tools can come into the picture of, whether it's assessment, whether it is understanding, and the biggest sort of step that really opens it up, like a domino effect, is when the line managers or the hiring managers, they adopt the neurodivergent talent and say that, I get it, I get how to, because only when that person owns it, does the person be able to facilitate for the team to adopt and for the team to work. So there are many human elements in this picture. So the more we can have some tools and some aids to help in that process, whether that is the ability to understand the person, whether it is little tips on this is how you deal, this is what you do, to be able to recognize signs. It's a whole the chief guest said earlier, it's a vast universe. You cannot kind of hope to wrap it. You have to just so until today we've been figuring it out, and I think the opportunity to propel this forward with the help of technology is just immense, and I really hope that that some really significant steps will happen in that direction with this endeavor. So once again, compliments and thank you for having me here. I'm really happy to share this journey with you.
Thank you, Ms. Usha, for your insightful and inspiring address that has reinforced the importance of creating sustainable livelihood opportunities
is its people with diversity, equity, and inclusion, pulsates through our values and beliefs, enabling our people to achieve their fullest potential. Together, we create new possibilities to solve the world's water and climate challenges. community, we seek to cultivate a robust network of allies as we progress on our journey towards becoming a truly world-class inclusive organization. By including individuals with special needs and empowering them, we strive to improve their quality of life. While celebrating and valuing our varied backgrounds, experiences, abilities, and perspectives, and by complementing our strengths, we foster an inclusive environment for employees to be who they are as they thrive and grow. Because every voice matters and every voice deserves to be heard.
May I now request Professor Ashinder Kaur to kindly present a token of appreciation to Ms. Usha Subramanian. Yeah. Now we move on to the keynote address 2. Building a national neurodiversity ecosystem from fragmented efforts to collective impact. So we invite our next keynote speaker, Ms. Poonam Natarajan. She has been a pioneering force in India's disability inclusion movement for several decades. Ma'am, it's an honor to have you.
Thank you. So good morning to all, and it's a real pleasure to be here for this amazing brilliant idea of Dr. Ramesh Babu and all 16 NGOs getting together to form this. It's a coalition to form this new work to be done for people with neurodiversity. And of course, to listen to Usha, because we're very proud of, in the corporate sector, there's one go-to company for all of us NGOs, and that is Grundfos. And they're the most friendly, and they're always approachable, and they're the ones we always go when we are in any kind of need, actually. Thank you. This is building a new ecosystem. And thank you for asking me to start the conversation, so to say, start the debate, start the discourse. It's been going on for 1.5 years, but maybe just a little bit more from the lens of from the parents, the lens of teachers working with people with neurodiversity, the lens of therapists. So I would like to, and I love the heading given to me, from fragmented efforts to collective impact, because I think the need is collective action. And so here we are together to do this, and great thinking of what can come out of it. So can you, okay. So I would just like to start a little bit by going back to the history, so to say, of disability. Because I think over the last, let's say, 4 decades, there has been so many changes in thinking. And that thinking actually is what has brought us together to, to have more dreams and more thinking of how people with disabilities, people with neurodiversity can move forward. So I just, we started people with disabilities. It was always the charity model. It was institutions where people from the cradle to the grave were just sent off, in the West especially. But even in India, they were always at home. They were kind of locked up at home. And they're so invisible. Many people ask, where are the disabled people in India? We don't see them. So they were kind of kept away, invisibilized. And also they were passive beneficiaries. And it was always about charity. It was, if you want to do some charity, you go there to the institution and give some money. And that changed. That changed around the world wars when, in subjects like physiotherapy or occupational therapy, speech therapy grew. And then we came to what came to be, we now call the medical model. But we all lived through that, and many disabled people have, of course, benefited a lot from all the medical interventions that happen. And there's so many, as mentioned earlier in the day, there's a huge number of interventions that have been worked on, which some are popular, some are not popular. Many debates go on about them. But it was a medical model, which was the fix-it model. That how do you, to make the person, it was somehow in our minds and minds of people, non-disabled people, that it has to be, they have to become as near normal as possible. So while the medical model did good for many people, it also oppressed many people. If you can't walk, you can't go to school. If you can't speak, you can't get a job. And so it was quite oppressive, especially for people with neurodiversity, especially people with, when a neurodiversity also is a kind of a range. You have autism, you have ADHD, but also included is all other neurologically involved disabilities like intellectual disabilities, cerebral palsy, and whole special learning disabilities, dyslexia, as Dr. Chandrasekhar works with. So it's it's a whole range. And so the medical model is what we still live with it in many, many places. But in the 20s, in the 2000s, around 2007, the UN Convention for Rights of People with Disabilities was ratified. And this has been, in a way, a path-breaking document because it changed the way we thought. And it moved us from the medical to what is called today the social model of disability. It became that we now started thinking of disability as a community issue, where it was all the people, everybody together had to see how people with disabilities could participate fully. It was also the social model of disability brings, it takes away from fixing the person to fixing the environment. It talks about the interaction of the interaction of impairments with the environment. And that is what limits people with disabilities. So it talks about physical barriers. It talks about attitudinal barriers. The main barriers, attitudinal barriers, we all know about physical barriers, but the main barriers, attitude, have been that we somehow think people with disabilities have very low capacity. And they cannot learn certain things. And of course, all of us have some strengths, some weaknesses. All of us can't learn every subject, but we have strengths, we have choices, and we can learn. And therefore, the social model or the developmental model now started talking about evolving capacities of people with disabilities. The UN Convention, UN Convention doesn't like it's a label-free world. They don't give labels. They just say it's an interaction of the barriers in the environment. And how do you remove those barriers? So it could be barriers in anything, because many things have been, even in technology, have been designed for non-disabled people. So then came the universal design. And then even in universal design, you need to have reasonable accommodations for certain people. So that's the kind of history. And the words like dignity, respect, autonomy, choices, all these words are not of the medical model. They are of the social model, where they started talking about participation of people with disabilities in the community, in the corporate, in everywhere, to go to school. And here, your ecosystem wants to think of it through a lifespan, from newborn babies to adults. And that is what the ecosystem will look at how we can innovate and create the solutions across the lifespan. That's what I've understood. So, uh, uh, but as we do that, very, very important thing that why do we think the UN Convention is so important? It's firstly because it was the first time a treaty where people with disabilities participated. And they talked about how they actually are over supervised, so to say. Then everybody makes decisions for them because it's believed they cannot make decisions for themselves. That's why there's a whole area of work that is starting now on what is called supported decision making. How can you support a person with intellectual disability to understand the pros and cons, but to decide for themselves? Because it is accepted now that a person with disability is a person first. So that is why we say people with neurodiversity. So the person has to understand what are the pros and cons and what is their will and pleasure. So the decision is not about what I think is right or wrong. The decision is about whether the person with disability has the space and the opportunities to make decisions. And that's been very, very important. And so they had the slogan, which is kind of people with disabilities talk about. Nothing about us without us. Like we would have liked if there were some people with disabilities here, it would have been good. So nothing. So you must have in your hub or in this system people with disabilities, and you must listen to their voices. And they feel oppressed by their teachers and their parents because both of them are very, very well-meaning but overprotective and over-supervising, and they don't give them the space. So you have to hear the voices of people with disabilities. And I think very important, first of all, innovation and how technology, of course, technology has been the greatest support, and it has really taken people with disabilities, made their lives different. But we have to remember that one size does not fit all. And I think Usha talked about it in her, that each person is different. And so each person needs a different, maybe a different support system. Can I have the next slide? Yeah, so I just want to talk about Swaminathan. It's just a man with autism, and he was a child and a student of Vidyasagar. So he's one of the first people we worked with autism. And Swaminathan today is an artist, a very well-known artist. Can I see show? So what happened was when he was growing up, he was so hyperactive. He would be running. He would be, pulling out all our notice boards. We couldn't put up a notice even. And he would be he'll come there and keep banging the door, cupboard door or something. And it's very difficult, but Swaminathan settled down. But one thing was that he could draw very well. If you go to Ashok Leyland building, all the paintings were done by a group of students, but Swami led them. And he was so good. But we managed to get him to finish his 10th standard. And then we said, he must go to art school. And we went to the College of Art and we talked to everybody about autism and our enthusiasm. And we explained to them what Swaminathan needs. And we sent him there. But he didn't stay there for more than one day. He just came back. And for many months, he just sat at the gate, deciding what to do. And we just gave him a chair and he just sat and sat. And one day he got up. And of course, now and then he'd enter and take a paper and draw. He never picks up his pen. He keeps drawing. You're going to see the marvelous, each line and thing. The Shore Temple is one of our most famous paintings of Swami. So, then one day he decided to learn weaving. And then we kept saying, but what do we do? What do we do? But of course, we met some artists from Cholamandal, and they said, he doesn't need College of Art. He's a born artist. So is there one? Yeah, I love these two also. just brought them for you. And of course, he has an Instagram. Sorry, he has a page which we have a QR code, and please visit his page. So Swaminathan taught us that we cannot make decisions for people. We have to ask them what they would like to do. And I think that was one of the best, most important decisions. So each one of our students has been a building block for the staff, for us to learn how can we navigate and support and help people with disabilities. So the next one, please. Yeah. So when we talk about the across the lifespan, I just wanted to take a few minutes to talk about, you're talking about from the babies who are born. Now, many babies born premature, low birth weight, end up at this SNCU, the small newborn care unit. And I just want to quickly say that research has shown that more than 1/4, actually 1/3, I think, babies who come out of SNCU have a neurodivergent disability as they grow up. So it is really for you to start right there when you look at the ecosystem across the lifespan. That is, the babies, they are being born in hospitals today. And we are saving thousands of babies. The public health system has become great. Lots of babies, which earlier we may not have been able to save, today are saved. But they may be saved with a disability. And that's where we need to look at. And then, of course, early intervention is huge. It's the only time, 0 to 6 years, when we work with children, is the time when you can fix it. Because that's the time the brain is growing. And you can teach children things. You can maybe also reduce the extent of disability. And the government of India has the Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karikaram for every district is supposed to have an early intervention center which works with children, and lots and lots of children go there. And lots of NGOs work in early intervention. It's one of the most, I think, most services in India are for 0 to 6 years. But you can, I think still a lot of innovation research is required at this stage, where parents also need to learn what to do with the child, get to understand that their child's journey may be different from other children, and get to understand that their role in life, their paths may be different also. So it's a time of great adjustment, and it's very important to keep meeting new parents whose children have been diagnosed. And then comes the school. Well, the schooling in 2009, when the right to education came, everybody was promised education at the doorstep, and that they would be able to, every child had a right to go to a government school. But there was an amendment in 2010 which brought in what is it called? Home education. Homeschooling. So who goes to homeschooling? Homeschooling doesn't exist in India at the government level. They don't do anything except the special educator comes twice a month for about 20 minutes. But every child with neurodivergency who goes to the government schools may be told that I think it's better that you do home-based education. Sorry. So you better go to HPE. But of course, you have to little bit struggle. You have to go to school management committees. If the parent is dynamic, in rural areas, we have many dynamic parents who have convinced the principal and convinced the school management committee and got their children into school. But once they're in school, there is a problem. We need technology there. We need lots of inputs there. Because the thinking of the teachers is, we can't do anything, this child has to be here. But I don't think this child can learn. So that breaking that barrier is a long, long journey. And we're all in it, but we've just kind of scratched the surface. Next one, please. Yeah. So now we come the vocational pathways. Now, this is a photo of one of our units. This is an entrepreneur development program where a group of 5 young people with autism have become professional weavers and make excellent cloth. They have a handloom mark. They're registered with MSME. But can your hubbing help us to increase productivity by some kind of mechanization? Because I think what has though we have organization, industries like Grundfos and people are getting employed, but many do not. And sustaining people on jobs has been a very uphill task. We cannot, people do get jobs, but it doesn't last more than 3 to 6 months. And the job coach, Grundfos has appointed a job coach. NGOs cannot afford to. Our government hasn't trained job coaches. And NGOs have to fundraise to employ a job coach to support this person in the companies. It takes a lot of doing. So what is the innovation? How can we keep people in their jobs? And therefore, sometimes entrepreneur or, working on a vocational craft becomes a better choice. But we have actually a whole entrepreneurs with disabilities, a whole network of them. But all of them say, can it be more mechanized? Can I produce more? Can I sell more? Can I make more money? So how do you look at that also? Next. And so now we talk about living independently in the community, which I prefer to call it interdependently, because when you say independently, it's kind of, oh my goodness, it's not possible. But interdependence, we all live interdependently. So when we now don't want institutions, all of us, we want to ban institutions because they actually don't give a life to people. You don't live a good life in an institution. You live a regimented life where decisions are made for you by your well-wishers. But you don't get the adventure and the glory and the happiness of living a life. So institutions, we want them to close them down and see how everybody can live in the community. But we need to create more caring communities. We need to create support circles. And support circle is very hard. Nobody wants to talk to a family which has a child with disability. If you talk to most of the parents, they'll say our neighbors don't talk to us, because they don't know what to say. They're embarrassed. How do we break this down? How do we break down the barriers of the mind so that people can live in the community and also have some kind of support system? And these support circles can, of course, also help in supported decision making. And of course, I'm not going to talk too much about technology because you are the high priests. But yes, of course, as our director, chief guest said, we want it to be affordable and scalable, and that it should not be only for the privileged, and everybody should be able to access technology. And so our hope is that as an ecosystem where research informs practice, technology responds to real needs, policies enable inclusion, and every person with neurodiversities is empowered to live a life of dignity, choice, and participation. Actually, parents have to believe that their children can participate. And it's a long journey, but this is what I think from the NGO sector we are hoping this new venture can do. Thank you.
That was powerful, ma'am.
This is Swami's. You can take a photo and go to his Instagram page if you're interested.
So thank you for the powerful and thought-provoking address, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah. Your insights have reminded us that lasting impact is possible only when academia, government, industry, NGOs, and communities work together with a shared purpose. May I request Professor Vishwanath Kumar Ganeshan to kindly present a token of appreciation to Ms. Poonam Natarajan. Yeah, quick official photograph. Thank you, dignitaries. Now we move on to the panel discussion. Panel discussion 1 is Academia, Research and Policy, Building the Evidence Base for Inclusive Futures. Ladies and gentlemen, the keynote addresses have reminded us that creating an inclusive society requires more than goodwill. It requires evidence-based practices, interdisciplinary research, enabling policies, and sustained collaboration. Our first panel will explore how academia, researchers, policymakers, and practitioners can collectively strengthen the knowledge ecosystem to improve outcomes for neurodivergent individuals. May I request the chair, moderator, and panel members of the panel 1 to kindly join us on stage. It's my pleasure to introduce the chair for this session, Professor N. Ramesh Babu. Welcome, Professor. Introduction of the moderator. We have Dr. Parthiban moderating today's discussion. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished panel members comprises leaders representing academia, research, government, and the NGO sector. Professor Lata Dayaram, Professor Vaidegi B., Dr. Vasudha Prakash, Dr. Rema Chandramohan. I now request Professor N. Ramesh Babu to chair the session.
I'll introduce. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Considering the time crunch, I would like to invite Professor Ramesh Babu, who is the chair of this panel 1. He's the chair of V. Balraman Institute Chair Professor at IIT Madras, Secretary of AMTDZ, specializes in advanced manufacturing, precision machine tools and robotics. His adaptive automation frameworks and ergonomic shop floor designs integrate intelligent digital controls, reducing barriers and enabling diverse operators to manage complex workflows effectively. As far as this panel is concerned, sir is the architect of this whole thing, so we welcome you, sir. Thank you, sir. Please, sir. Please open the panel. Yeah, sure.
So good morning to all of you, and then let me welcome all of you once again to this particular panel. Focuses on the academia digital frontiers in research, policy and services for neurodivergence. As we all know that the topic is in neurodivergence, but then if you want to move ahead, I think the points that come out of these panel discussions are going to be extremely useful to the people who are steering it, including Professor Ashinder Kaur and the faculty members, and also the various NGOs who are supporting us, and as a mentor and advisor to all of them at the research park. And we are running our own center with many industries and associations. If you want to really convey the message to all of them, I think we need to pick up some points from all of you, because I may have several points which we have deliberated at length and brought out this particular program as a half-day summit. But we felt that these initiatives are the one which can drive anybody, and at the same time the faculty members can be enthused and encouraged to work on these activities apart from their regular and routine activities. I'm not saying that we don't stop our regular activities and then get into this one, but then it is a diversion, maybe attention diversion, so that it would help us for refocusing our own thought processes in our own activities more effectively. Because if you get another perspective from outside, I think I will also be relooking at my own research and other things also. In that, from that perspective, I felt that no, the academicians like Dr. Lata, and then I think all of you, Professor Vaidehi, etc., in combination or no, in collaboration with all of you, probably we may be able to set something which is going to be a short term and low hanging. We are very sure that no, unless we go step by step, as Madam has mentioned it, I think we have been talking about the stakeholders which we first interacted. Without the stakeholders, I didn't have courage even to venture into this one, for the reason that though I have a lot of knowledge, but the knowledge cannot be channelized into a proper model. As she said that no, social models, personal models, all of them should vanish today in the 21st century, in the transformational journey which we are talking about. I think that's where we all have to put our efforts, irrespective of what we are and how we are. So I think from that angle, I think I wanted to start with, maybe moderator is our Parthiban, who has been doing extremely wonderful work, and I'll take a seat, and then probably you can tell how we should really moderate that one. Okay, yeah. Thank you.
So I would like to invite Dr. Lata Dayaram, Professor of Organizational Psychology. So ma'am is an expert in behavior psychology. So the main thing which is preventing neurodiverse workforce in mainstreaming is their behaviors, because they're very easily stimulated to some sensory stimulations. So that is one key area which is preventing them from joining the mainstream work. So I would like to invite Professor Ma'am to share your opinion, because you are an expertise in this behavior psychology, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you, Parthiban sir. I'm overwhelmed by the kind of perspectives I have been hearing from morning. So we will eventually converge. There are, as sir was mentioning about different perspectives, different viewpoints. I will clear them out and I will learn. While that's true, all of our individual perspectives are limited by our own subjective experiences. To be able to probably look at other. Okay. Okay, I'm actually overwhelmed by the kind of perspectives I've been hearing in the morning, and we will eventually converge. All of us are like-minded people sitting here, so we will have overlapping of perspectives. We might reiterate, rephrase it in different language, but say the same thing and mean the same thing. Okay, so where would be our challenge then? If all of us are like-minded people, sharing more or less similar perspectives, where is the challenge? Challenge is those who are not here, the world outside. So how do we reach out to them? Okay, how do we reach out to them when those who are not there? How do we try to convince? Is this a matter of convincing? Okay, so fundamentally, I'm loud enough. so we really need to see where is the challenge? What's the elephant in the room? Okay, we speak of DEI. Okay, and equality is the starting point to be able to ensure equity. Okay, all of you with your experience, 30-40 years of experience, both as a practitioner as a perspective taker, you have seen that equality and equity are two sides of the same coin. But fundamental perspective to be taken, say I'm taking little more time than giving it to others, because I have a hard stop right now. I'll share some of my perspectives and then have to leave. So the challenge here is the scalability of the perspective which all of us are already sold out on. We are all sold out on neurodiversity long before we have actually come here. Okay, so we iterating and reiterating will only advance and reinforce what's already been there. Okay, so lack of awareness, accessibility issues, barriers has been spoken about enough number of times. Okay, both from academia, publishers, NGOs, and some of the employers who have been sold out on this for various different stakes which they had. Okay, so where is the real challenge is generalizability, scalability. Okay, so please do not think the charity model, medical model, and the most important social model, why it becomes very important, though it is very looks very commonsensical. Social model is society's mindset. The mindset is already set. How do we unfreeze that mind which is already set? So to that extent, technology doesn't help. Medical neuroscience doesn't help unless social models evolve. It is so non-brainer. Science and technology is at the beck and call of social constructionism. We are sitting in IIT, science and technology is something which we should advance. Whereas the science and technology is in the hands of psychosocial aspects of people. Okay, so while we have a lot of expectations from institutes like us, science and technology solutions, they are only enablers. But people question, as Poonam madam and Usha madam's talks have really, from a very practical perspective, neighbors do not talk. Now, how do you address this issue? We want interdependent society. Nobody is leading an independent life. We need an interdependent society. We know it. When neighbors don't talk, what science and technology are we talking of here? So please, we need to really look at not just psycho models or charity models or medical models, but more importantly, the social models, which appears to be nonsensical, which appears to be very no-brainer, but people are like that. Okay, so people are, there is no sense making out of people. Please note, there is no sense to be put in people's mind because there is no one sense to put in the people's mind. That is what is neurodiversity. Everybody has their own ways of looking at things. So it's, classifying them as neurodiversity itself is a problem. Then who are neurotypical? Are we neurotypical? We don't converge on n number of things. Okay, so enough has been said, enough has been talked. Then where is the challenge is implementation, not just of lack of implementation, but sustainable implementation. Sustainable implementation. Every day, I think Usha madam has emphasized about daily commitment. So it's not just about policy making and running it in a standardized manner, but everyday implementation means sustainable implementation models. Okay, sir has said the center of excellence, but sustainability of that is in itself is the biggest challenge. So many COEs are there today in IIT Madras with so much of funding, like-minded people coming, but sustainability is still a major issue of these institutes, these COEs. And it is not a question of science and technology, it is a question of, again, the mind. Hence, medical, neuro, and biopsycho models will help us to reach to an extent only. What has to drive is human development. Okay, human development, human support systems, human centricity. With all that AI and technology and with all of that, we are still emphasizing human support systems. Okay, at the end of the day, when we look at accessibility devices, assistive technologies, which R2D2 and all of our ventures of IIT Madras is also towards human processes to advance, human development to advance. Okay, and fundamentally human independence. Even though life is interdependent, we want each of their individual lives to be independent. People want autonomy, want to do some things, basic chores on our own. Okay, so somewhere these models are very important, and here the role of educators, policymakers, neurodiverse, or any of our individuals, their families, all of them are stakeholders. Everybody has a stake. There is no question of classifying somebody as stakeholders, classifying somebody as neurodiverse individuals. It's us. So please, let's not reduce everything to classification problem. Okay, the more we classify, more we label, it becomes a challenge. You know, we kind of put them in labels. Okay, so thank you so much. I got to step out now. I missed all of your perspectives. I'll take notes from Parthiban sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you. Professor indeed highlighted a very important key point which we usually miss. Thank you very much, Professor. Coming to Dr. Rama ma'am. Rama ma'am she is an expert clinician all her life, medical administrator. Now in her new role, she is designing policies. So we really expect ma'am to talk about what are the really missing policies which is not reflecting in the welfare for neurodiverse adults and individuals. That is what I would like you to begin with, ma'am.
Good morning to one and all. My special thanks to Sarita for having me here and the team at IIT. I think I don't think I'll get this honor again to be part of this. And we think of all your IITs and your brains working, and that's something that way. I am myself neurodivergent because science and we did not have a very analytical brain, but we could memorize stuff and flow charts and management and protocols and all that. So that I think that way we are also neurodivergent. Anyway. So I have been, I retired as a director of the Children's Hospital Egmore, and we were only treating medical conditions and doctors, nurses, paramedicals. So that's what our world was about, treating them and then sending them home, and they would come back for review or they may not come back for review. But when I came for the past 18 months, I'm in a different space. I'm working with children and adults with autism. We've started this Center of Excellence at KK Nagar, and it has opened a whole new world for me. And I understand now the meaning of the African proverb, it takes a village to raise a child. It is not just one individual. It is not even the medical field. It is a whole lot of therapists, whole lot of NGOs, teachers, and people like Grundfos who are giving opportunities for these people. So there's so many people who need to see that this child gets what is due, child or adult gets what is due to them. So what challenges I have felt was the identification. Even today, we have people coming in at 7 years of age, 8 years of age, who have not even, parents haven't even identified that this child has a problem. And the teachers, I mean, I'm surprised that when a child is consistently not performing well, why isn't a red flag raised? So I would like to start off with early identification as my first challenge. If there is some way in which every child can have a screening tool administered to them at least at 18 years of age. If there is something that can be incorporated into their immunization card. All of us know that there is an immunization card with all the red flags, but the parents don't even open the card. So at 18 months, by default, every child who's coming in for their first booster should have a screening. It need not be the necessary 20 questions which come in the MChat. Just 5 vital questions should be administered by the health provider, and we try to make a very simple tool which even the Anganwadi workers can administer, because a whole lot of children subserved by these people, and they are very close to the parents being community workers. If something like that can happen, then I think we can pick up these children earlier. So once we pick them up, what happens to them? Where do they go? Not everybody is blessed with the district early intervention center, which is a medical college close to their house, but there's some way by which we should guide them. If that could be the data from that screening tool could be entered somewhere, there should be some way in which those children are guided to the nearest place where they can start the therapy. In my practice, I wouldn't let a child leave the room if I have identified a problem with the child without telling them at least one small thing that they can do till they find the next therapist, because it's going to take them 3 months by the time they would find somebody, establish a rapport, and go to them. What happens to the precious 3 months when neuroplasticity at its peak? We are missing out a lot of connections which would have happened in the brain if we miss out those 3 months. So that's another thing that I would like it to be addressed, where they should go if the red flag is raised. And the third one is strengthening home-based therapy plans. We are all telling them, do this, do that. Many of them do not come back to us. Many of them immediately she was telling about not talking to neighbors, but in all these aspects, neighbors will come and give you unsolicited advice. They will tell you that this child, your grandfather was like that, or my child was like that. Everything improved. You go to the doctor, they will give you a medicine, the child will become all right. Becoming all right is something that the parent strongly holds on, because they think that I've had a patient who came to me last week with two times stem cells being given to the child in a hospital in Mumbai, and they've spent 5 lakhs. And they said nothing has changed. So what happens is, during that time, there is no therapy also being given. So another thing that we have to do is try to disseminate data about autism or whichever neurodivergent problem it is. Make use as much as possible of social media to start spreading information that this is what you should do and this is what you should not do, because myths are abounding in plenty. For all of you who are dealing with them, you know that. So that's another thing. And another very important thing is the role of teachers as special educators. I wouldn't say special educators as teachers, because we do not have enough special educators to tackle with the big problem that we have. So in our center, we thought we will give all primary school teachers at least a 3 months course on how to deal with these kind of children. So special education is one. Second is how to deal with behavioral problems which happen in the class. How to make the class more friendly for these neurodivergent children. So these are some of the things. I'm not going into the adult aspect of handling these people, because I know there is a whole world of people here. But as a pediatrician and as a person who gets to see these children very early, these are my major concerns. So if a child can be identified early, put on to a therapy plan early, motivated to keep on in the track till that we can wean them off into mainstream schooling, somebody to handhold them and take them into a mainstream school, there also give them an environment where they can thrive, and then subsequently give them opportunities where they can find their footing into an adult world. I think that will be the best thing that we can do for these children.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Actually, what you have spoke now, you already did through one video, ma'am. So we all have seen that video with Niyanana Gopinath. It went really viral, more than like several lakhs followers for that video, and that real awareness happened through that, especially the rural pockets of Tamil Nadu. Thank you very much, ma'am. Yeah. Now I would like to invite Professor Vaidehi for her comments for this question, which we all are really expecting. That is like, how can we put the... Yes, please. How can we put the... There are so many researches happening on neurodiverse and inclusion. How can we put them into practice? So I would like you to address this, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you for this opportunity, and especially for Professor Ashinder and Vishwa. They made me to be part of this summit. So here, like we have different from IIT, from NGO. So I am also adding into it, being an economist. So how I am looking into this neurodiversity. So that's where I am bringing the issue. So what I as because for us the first and foremost which is very important is we have to look into the data. So to support that, I would like to state a few statistics. I'm sure like many of you will be knowing, but I wanted to contextualize why in IIT we are, into neurodiversity. So that's where I wanted to bring these statistics. So these statistics are based on the few research studies which are conducted in India. Okay, so the first and foremost which concerned me is that around 11.4% of the children aged 2 to 9 years, they have at least one neurodevelopmental disorder. That's the first statistics. And the second thing which I wanted to look into was that the autism. If you look into, there are around 20 million individuals are living with autism. And the third thing is this autism spectrum disorder. Around 1 to 2 million is already the people are living with this condition. And not only that, around 21% of the individuals, especially children, they are having multiple neurodevelopmental disorders. So now, looking into these statistics, these are all these researchers were based on the cross-sectional studies which happened in 2018, 2024, 2025. Okay, now we can understand that now in 2026, definitely these numbers have increased or increasing. It is going to increase in the future. Globally, if you look into the autism figure it's 1.4 billion individuals are living with autism condition. So now, when I wanted to contextualize this, why now we are looking into neurodiversity is that is because the first and foremost issue is that there is no national, state-wise, district-wise data on the prevalence of neurodevelopmental condition in India or none of the states. That's a first and foremost. So it's a policy issue that why this data, because I will come back to why there is no data available. Because the first issue is when there is no data available, how do we understand the gravity of the issue here? That maybe few are affected or few NGOs are working on it. The whole burden is on the family. Okay, so that's how we looked into, but we never looked into from a macro perspective. There is an issue which is growing on here. So there's no lack of data, lack of evidence. So when there is no lack of data, where is the infrastructure? Now there is like Usha ma'am, as she said, they want a job coach who can train them for the thing. But when I don't know how many people are already affected with that, how do I even think that, okay, we need more special educators who can be trained in organization who can help them? Or we need more rehabilitation services. So the first and foremost issue is that we don't know the gravity of the issue. The data, why the data is also not available is that if you look into now the census they are going to collect. So in 2011 census, they are collecting the data on disability index, where they just include few developmental thing, but they didn't include the different conditions of neurodevelopmental disorder. It is all like as if it is kept under the carpet. So what I would suggest is that we need to have a different survey which focuses mainly on these different conditions. And another important thing is that we don't have a data which focuses on the number of adults who are living with this condition. On the one side, we are seeing that the children are having this issue and that is increasing. And another side, we don't know how many individuals are living with this. So first and foremost is the data is a very important issue which we are. And the second layer within this is that the rural-urban disparity. the one study which shows that 18% of the neurodevelopmental disorder is on the rural side. Okay, and that difference also, because as many of you all pointed out, there is a social stigma, there is a marginalization, lack of awareness, all these things are put together, that rural counterparts is also undiagnosed, or they are not even coming to the to understand there is an issue. And one more point I'll just so and the third layer of this issue, so why I'm trying to there is a layer of issues which is behind this. The third layer is the women and the girls. Okay, where what the research also shows is that if you compare a boy and a girl, the girl's diagnosis is after 5 years when you compare. So there also, and for women it's a double whammy, because they are living with the condition and they have to go through the childhood and marriage and all those things. It is going to be even more difficult. So unless and until, if you are not going to understand, collect the data on what is the the existing condition, we cannot suggest even to the government that there is a issue, or we so that's where the other important thing. And another thing which I want to hear, I would like to highlight one more study, so then I'll stop. So what they have done, this is a study by Nair and his team. They have done a study in Kottayam, in one particular panchayat. So what they have done is they collected the data on almost all the households. 26,000 individuals they have surveyed, and 6,000 households they have looked into. Specifically, they wanted to look into this neurodevelopmental conditions in these households. So what they could find out is that when they take the children's less than 12 years, it's almost some 1 in 72 children had the case. So in this 26,000 population, we are finding 1 in 72. Just extrapolate these to the whole of the economy. So it's a huge number. Okay, so that also explains to us that even as ma'am said, those studies also pointing out early intervention, detection, screening is very, very important. We have to strengthen. And along with that, the male are more at risk compared to, the boys are more at risk compared to the girls. So these are the issues which are coming up. And one more, the last thing is that we might think that there is no infrastructure is there. We have all the infrastructure, because for example, if you take the scheme of government scheme, what ma'am said, that Rashtriya Bal Swasthya Karyakram, they are looking into the early screening of health problems with the children from 0 to 16. So they are looking into the 4 Ds. So the last D is, which is on the development. So what they have done is, they have just included only 2 conditions: developmental delays and visible disability and all those things. But when it comes to this neurodivergency, we have many conditions which are there where the screening is possible. If all these conditions are included in that, the screening is possible at the very early age, even the awareness about such programs. So that I would say that and there is also going to be, because if I look at from the economics point of view, there is going to be growing increase in the public health burden. So if this early diagnosis, early intervention, so all these things possible, in the future this might also reduce it. And along with that, the last one is, suppose we know that there are individuals who cannot access all these tools or who cannot be part of these opportunities. So we have for the disability, we have an ID card, UD ID card. Somewhere all these process can help these individuals, neurodivergent individuals, to get some ID card where they can access the government benefits or government schemes. So like a closing which I wanted to make it is that, so in this context, the IIT Madras, this initiative on neurodiversity is that we are moving towards the inclusion, and we are trying to protect the dignity of life. So not only that, let the voice of the voiceless be heard loud and clear with the support from IIT Madras. That's what I would say. I'm just looking forward. Definitely in the future, this is going to be a big thing. We are going to help many individuals. We have technology. Our professors are capable enough. We are going to introduce. So more thing is we have to focus on the awareness. Like ma'am said, the now we have a social media. Create an awareness. Use the tool to create an awareness. There is an issue. Please come forward. So I would like to stop there. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you for highlighting the status of the girls with disability. That is, I remember I read an article in the week about, they ran an article called as The Forgotten Girls in the Spectrum. So it's very important. Thank you very much. Now my final question is to Dr. Vasudha, and then only she can answer this. She is in this room in the past 3 decades almost, right from those Miller's method days. Now we are here, right? So, ma'am, my question to you is, like, children with autism will become adults with autism. So what is the future you're envisioning for them? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So yeah, the whole sector is quite complicated. Aspect, which actually deepened my mood of resignation because it's just like too big a problem, and unless we collectively address it, or there is a strong governing will from the government, state, or or central government, or there is a, and we should not be so low down in the food chain. Even normal education is kind of low down in the food chain, so this is even lower. So therefore it is very commendable that an influential organization like IIT has taken this as a focus, and hopefully they can influence the governing will. That is what I hope. And when I'm saying that there are two aspects, the macro, by now Poonam and many people here, all colleagues and all of us are networked, we do try time and again to influence the macro, but it is an extremely, almost a Herculean, impossible kind of thing, because unless you work with the government. Now, if you are balancing your own work and doing work with the government, no, that is difficult. So it is a big balancing act. So some of us focus on doing the work we can, somebody comes to us, whatever help we can, we do. So we focus a lot on the micro or the group of people who are destined to work with us. So we focus on that. Yes. So to come specifically to your question, many times, after the age of 18, it is sad, after putting intense work from early days right up to 18 and all that, after that, the facilities suddenly dwindle. There are many centers who address children from early intervention and the middle years, and then there is some input at pre-vocational level. And suddenly there's like a plateau, and then even the parents also feel, yeah, we've done this, now what? They really don't have the motivation or the strength or the money or the will to push forth into the adulthood. So even we have in our organization, VXL, we do have strong vocational programs, and we try very much to start preparing them on different aspects of life. Of course, there is a family life, social life, then the work life, all of these, even little things, and also married life, if some people choose to marry, all of that. We go into the smallest detail, like in some of our programs, we also teach how to set up a kitchen. What kind of dabbas will you buy for dal? What kind of dabbas will you buy for spices? To that detail, we outline, break down what adult life is about. So when you ask about a vocational, it's not just workplace, but also at home. How do you become a viable person? How do you become an easy person to live with? Your parents are, have the highest tolerance and the deepest interest in you. Then the next level of people may not be so indulgent. So how do you live with people? How do you become that kind. So we break down for vocational the smallest thing about life, whether it is living with people or living in a work, going to a workplace. So one of the first people that we placed in a company, he fitted in well, but then he would be socially awkward. He would ask people, how much did you get in your salary? How come I'm not getting that much, you know? So to that extent, we have to teach about social skills. So I think in the vocational arena, we have divided our children into various groups, and then whoever, and if the group is not like sealed ironclad or something, people can move from one group to the other. Whoever is the easiest to move into a environment, outside environment, we have started a program called Vikasit, where it's like a finishing school where we work on their minutest skill, whether it is use of computers, social skills, how do you greet, how do you dress, what is personal hygiene, what is body odor, everything about presenting yourself into an outer world. So that group has, you'd be surprised at the detail that this program goes into. Then the next group, we try to do like a sheltered employability, like many organizations are doing that. We have like good products, and then whatever products we're able to sell, they're able to, and while preparing them for the outside world. And we have people with family businesses, and we try and help them into fitting into their family scheme of things. So these are the various ways that we prepare. And in terms of understanding people with special needs, now, like the esteemed speaker said, technology, science, medical, medicine, the medical aspect of things, they have addressed a lot of physical, like blind, visual impairedness, but the biggest question that remains with us is indeed autism. So even people learning disabilities, to a great extent, we are trying to work with them. There are options, but autism still remains a big enigma and it's a growing number. So are we ready then to look at it at a different dimension? So recently I had the good fortune of coming across a body of research. It was really captivating. It was called telepathy tapes. I don't know if you've heard of it. The telepathy tapes. It is a very well researched set of podcasts in which they have gone across a wide cross section of people with autism and interviewed them about their communication, because we all know, and we've worked here from this space for many years, and parents will vouch for this, that they communicate at a completely different level, a different dimension. They know more. Okay, and this has been ratified with intense research in these telepathy tapes. And in this, one last point, we cannot take for granted that people with special needs have lower competence. We have to become aware of the fact that we are not able to understand their competence, but it doesn't mean that they don't have the competence. But do we have enough care to go deeper and find out their competence and how the world can benefit from them at different levels, and how they can, having come into this world as cohabitants, can we become more caring to go deeper and find out, okay, you can't do these things that we think are important, but what can you do that can become important to us? So this telepathy tapes kind of opened a completely different dimension of thinking, and it was even more gratifying because this is the work we've been doing for years, and it kind of gave a lot of affirmation and belief in our own self. So older people with special needs can be understood better. Their competencies can be understood with greater depth so that the world at large can benefit from them. And these academia, research, NGOs, or CSR, all have become islands. And time and again, we try to create some bridge between them. But the smallest thing, like CSR people, still harp on about numbers when it comes to special needs. So there's not enough understanding about what we are talking about. And yeah, I agree with Poonam. We have to have more people with special needs here listening to what we are doing. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Research, practical research implemented by government of Pondicherry and Telangana through Angawadi workers on early diagnosis has been introduced and validated, and I would like to bring this to notice of doctor so that lobbying is done with government of Tamil Nadu, and I can put you in touch. I'll write you your email. The researchers are young people who have done tremendous work.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Vasudha ma'am. So I would like to request the chair.
Yeah, yeah, I think, yeah, Professor Radhakrishnan is.
Just a few minutes. I am a retired professor of biomedical engineering from IIT Madras. I would really appreciate, I have written to the director also, that IIT to start a Neurodiversity Research Center to find out the etiology, research, rehab and development activities. And I think before Kamakoti's term is over, I think it will find its roots. It will get started soon. Next is regarding the adult children with autism. I have put my grandson, who is one grandson, he is an autism child. He is also dumb. So there is more problem if a dumb child. He is put in a private school in Vellore, away from Chennai. A person is managing people with over 20 years, 20 to 40, 50 and all that. About 15, only 15 persons he takes, not more. And each person is put under a special care. A special person is put to take care of him. He is kept in a separate room with the TV and other AC and other facilities. There is a big farm is there. He is taken around in cycles, allowed to pick flowers, allowed to plant some seeds and so on and so forth. There is a lot of open area. This kind of activity somebody has already started in Vellore. I think the government should play a large part in this, in setting up schools for adult autism children, because the parents may not survive long. They'll help them for only some time. The government should come in a big way. Recently, I wrote a letter to the Chief Minister and also to the Secretary, but I did not find any response, especially.
Yeah.
One small thing in response to what you said. There is a need, but it's a very contradictory environment. Many people start, institutions to serve residential care and also vocational centers, but somehow the other it's empty. Okay, and many people have closed it down too, because there is a huge dichotomy. Parents will not let go till they cannot do it at all. There is no like in their they are also able that their wards are also able to move on. At that time, they won't put them. So nobody can build these and then wait. See that it's all an expense.
So this boy is slightly better in Vellore. The charges are very heavy.
Yeah.
I am paying monthly 65,000
Sir, I
rupees.
think, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
See, my name is Radhakrishnan. I returned to the CM.
Yes, yes. Yeah, yeah.
This Vellore person where my grandson is there, they are charging very heavy, 65,000 rupees per month per child. Everybody cannot afford 65,000 rupees per month. I think you should have a separate training session for parents also. Parents of autism children.
Maybe
And
we can.
just like an Aadhaar card, we should have a separate card for all such dyslexia, autism child and all that at the government level itself. So they have access to many places and so on. This is what I would like to say.
Thank you very much, sir. I think we will break for. I think we have to break for a tea. I think all of us are hungry. See, we will talk during the break, and also we have 2 more panels to go before we leave for lunch. So I think it is. Yeah. We have a open forum also wherein you can express your. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Kindly, hold on, we would like to present the mementos. Mr. Srikanth will be presenting the mementos to the panelists. Kindly take your seat. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Hi. One second. Yeah, flashcards. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You have so much to share and yeah. So, uh, oh, okay. Yeah. Mm, yeah, yeah. Thank you. And as we break for tea right now, I request you all to make it a short break. Please be back within 10 minutes. We are already running short of, and we are delayed by 1 hour. So kindly assemble again very fast. Have your tea quickly, and please note that the tea should not be brought inside the auditorium. Request you to have your tea quickly and assemble again here for the next panel. Welcome back, everyone. We now move on to the second panel discussion, Innovation, Technology, and Inclusive Solutions. Technology has the power to remove barriers, improve accessibility, and create scalable solutions that can transform lives. Yet, technology is most effective when developed in partnership with the communities it seeks to serve. Our next panel explores how innovation can accelerate inclusion through collaboration between academia, industry, and the NGOs. The chair for this session, thank you everybody to be. So the chair for this session is Professor S. Ramakrishnan. Moderating today's session is Ms. Lakshmi Satish. Our panel brings together distinguished experts from industry, technology, and the development sector. Professor Srinivasa Chakravarti, Professor N. Sujata, Mr. R. Karthikeyan, Ms. L. V. Jayashri. I now request Professor S. Ramakrishnan to chair the.
It's okay. I'll take it.
So, okay, thank you.
Professor Ramakrishnan had to leave because he had something else to attend to. So, good morning, and is it morning? Yes, good morning and no afternoon. Welcome, everyone. So, the introductions to our expert panelists are here, but as we move from one topic to another, we'll talk about their field of work anyways. So today we've heard a lot from expert speakers, and often we repeated the thing that when conversations are about neurodivergence, we often think first about therapy, about the medical model, about special education, about support. So these are of course important, but today's discussion invites us to think a little differently. So what becomes possible when research, engineering, technology, industries, NGOs, and communities come together? So our panel today explores exactly that. So as we listen to our panelists today, we'll be exploring three broad ideas. I'll spell them out so that we can connect to them. First, how do we move beyond viewing neurodivergence simply through the lens of support and begin recognizing it as an opportunity for innovation and economic participation? Second, how can technology and engineering create solutions that are not only innovative, but also practical, affordable, and accessible to people who need them most? And finally, how do we bring them to all together, academia, industry, NGOs, government, and communities, to build a sustainable ecosystem that creates meaningful opportunities? So each of our distinguished panelists here, they bring a very unique perspective from their respective fields. And I hope today's discussion helps us to appreciate how these different perspectives are going to complement each other. So first, may I invite you, Professor Srini, to help us begin by looking at the big picture. Professor V. Srinivasa Chakravarti is a professor at IIT Madras whose work spans computational neuroscience, artificial intelligence, and brain modeling. So, Professor, your work invites us to think of neurodivergence from a very different perspective. You often speak about that not only from the lens of support, but could you help us understand that shift in thinking? Why does it matter not only to neurodivergent individuals, but for science and society as a whole?
So thank you, Lakshmi. I work in computational neuroscience. I'm in biotech department. So one problem I see, and what a CEO in IIT can really make a lot of progress if it gets realized, is first of all, I approach brain as an engineer would, as a systems person would, and I ask, what is neurodiversity? What is ASD? We talk about spectrum. What about ADHD? Can you pinpoint and say there's a problem? Like, if you are looking at, for example, disorders like stroke, okay, there's a part of the brain which is damaged. I know how to model that computationally. If you say Parkinson's, I know how to model that because I just have to kill some dopamine neurons. But what would you do for an ADHD brain if I were to create an artificial, digital twin of ADHD? So with all the progress in AI and machine learning, it is now, I think it's possible to pinpoint the problem. For example, ADHD, I think, is the problem with meta-learning of exploration. This term doesn't make any sense to a lay reader, but mathematically it's a very precise concept, but it comes from reinforcement learning. So yeah, sorry, mathematically it's a meta-learning of exploration, a very precise concept in machine learning, but for a lay reader it doesn't make any sense. It can successfully explain all the various symptoms of ADHD. Similarly, if you look at autism, my gut feeling about it is it's a problem with reward sensitivity. And a lot of things that you actually see in autistic patient can be explained in these terms. So what I'm proposing is we in fact recently proposed a big project, the multi-institutional project for ADHD to create a digital twin. So once that is realized, it's a 4-year project. We will use that as a platform to roll out treatments. Like we want to develop a bunch of digital games and we'll test the games on the digital twin. Whatever game works best with the digital twin, we'll use it on real kids. So this project combines both computation modeling and also work with actual school kids in Azim Premji campus. So that's where my co-PIs are. So I have a few more things to say, but I think I'll let others also continue.
No, please continue, sir.
Okay, so games we have developed in my lab. I also have a startup called Neurogati. We developed a bunch of games. Neurogati, I can give you the details. So these games, we have tried these games recently in Clark School. A lot of you must have been knowing Clark School. The kids loved these games. Now we created a gaming platform wherein the kids can log into this system and the expert can recommend certain games which are suitable for those kids. And then whatever game performance can be logged will be logged into the system. It's not only the success of game playing, also other metrics like movements, the hand velocities and things like that will be logged into the system. You can play the game with whole body. You don't have to wear any special, VR headset and all that. You do whatever you want. You can stand up and jump. The system will recognize your movements, interpret. You can play the game. So this is this kind of a computation models which give insight into the pathology at individual level. And I'm sure I'm claiming it's possible now with all the progress happening in AI and machine learning. And then combine it with neurotechnology, with wearables and games and all that. And this kind of a thing can be done obviously in a place like IIT where you combine technology and basic science. Then you work with NGOs because they are the ones who have been dealing with the problem for so many decades. Work with the NGOs and then adapt these solutions to individual children or even adults. Then hospitals, suppose you want to do some neuroimaging kind of studies or EEG, that you can work with hospitals. Then whatever learnings we have, so it's not just, so thing is, neurodiversity should not be a charity case. That is past. So people have shown there are, companies like Microsoft and Adobe, they have autism at work kind of programs. So some of their work is nicely shaped and packaged in a way that it's best suited for autistic employees. So we can do that. We can actually innovate and find out how even traditional jobs, like for example, dosa making, like in for example, McDonald's, if we can make it completely rigorous and perfectly controlled, right? Maybe an autistic individual can excel in it because they won't get bored. They can do very precisely with a loss of control, loss of, without any variability. But we need to make very safe environments which requires a lot of innovation. I mean, I can't think of a better place for doing all this kind of interdisciplinary work than IIT because we are known for interdisciplinary work, right? And then once we have that, we can go and offer policies to government. Look, this field and employment in this field, in this industry can be modified like this and you can package it like this and you can accommodate so many, autistic individuals. And that whole pipeline can be worked out with the center as a kind of a hub for this kind of an activity.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor. I think that kind of answers an earlier dialogue that we were having about should we wait really for the social model to shape up before technology comes in. I think this has to happen simultaneously. It will help us understand better. So I think this is more an appeal to co-IITians. I think viewing neurodivergence as an opportunity for scientific discovery, technological innovation, and new ways of understanding human brain. Thank you for that perspective. This naturally brings us on to another important question. Innovation is meaningful only when it improves people's lives. I think through the conversations that I've had with the panelists and whom we've heard before, that has come through. I would now like to invite Professor Sujata to help us think about how engineering can make technology practical, humane, and accessible. So, Professor N. Sujata brings the perspective of biomedical engineering and human-centered innovation. Professor, from an engineering perspective, how do we ensure that technologies developed for neurodivergent individuals are practical, affordable, non-invasive, and truly usable in everyday life? That's something that we heard many times today.
Thank you, Lakshmi, for that question. First of all, I would like to sincerely thank and deeply appreciate the organizers of this summit, especially for including this panel in the summit. And basically, I'm a newbie here in the sense my presence here is partly because of my research experience in the non-invasive technologies. And majorly, I am here because of curiosity to know the new ecosystem and possibly to know whether I can contribute something to the system. So we have been here doing research in the non-invasive technologies. I am an electrical engineer who is trained in photonics and doing biomedical engineering at IIT Madras. So all our non-invasive technologies that we have developed will be based on photonics. And I can very well say that it is completely non-invasive because we are using only the radiations we are using, but without any harm. Shine light and get some information. So on my discussion with Dr. Vishwanath and also with Lakshmi, I was told that these kits, basically, this is a very new area for me. I really want to understand how these kits are looking at things and how a diagnosis can be made with the help of a tool, how this tool can be actually employed on these individuals, whether they will like it or not, whether they can be trained. All these things I am yet to learn, but I'm open to it. Basically, I need to know more about it. So, but when I say non-invasive, all of us will have some kind of understanding on what is non-invasiveness. For example, if you want to do a blood test to understand how much of hemoglobin is there in our blood, usually what we do is we just run to a laboratory and they take out blood and then they do a lot of colorimetry testing, and finally they will come up with a report that this much of hemoglobin is there in your blood. So our motto is that without taking a drop of blood, whether you can understand how much of hemoglobin is there. So which is possible using optical technique. I'm becoming a little bit more technical because I'm yet to talk in terms of the neurodivergence community. Maybe in the next time, if you're closely getting associated with it, I will be able to relate it more. So this is just the case of hemoglobin, but we can actually look at blood flow. We can look at hormonal changes. We can look at sleep patterns. We can look at behavioral changes. All these things along with EEG, which is actually currently accepted, we can do lot of non-invasive tools. But when we have done only in the medical diagnostics area, but not to this particular application. So how we do this device design is a team of doctors will be there. They will be talking to us their need, and we will sit together and develop. That's how a device is coming into picture. But in the case, I understand that after coming to this panel, I was doing a little bit of reading on what exactly it is and what could be the potential challenges. These kids are not able to tell their problems either to a doctor or a caregiver or a psychologist, or even to their parents not properly. So it becomes really challenging. So as Professor Srinivas Chakravarti was telling, we need to really look at the patterns of behavior and understand what kind of range in the spectrum they are falling into. And we have to work together to devise something which should be suitable for them. So it should be basically a personalized care. For example, anxiety detection device. If we would like to do it, we have to look at the physiology of once the anxiety is coming to that person, how physiological remodeling happens, the blood flow changes, the peripheral flow, there are a lot of things are able to change. So we can actually use multiple sensors here and at appropriate places. I have to use that word very carefully, so that without any discomfort, we should be able to get it. So it is doable. The beauty of non-invasive technology is that it is real time monitoring. You can actually monitor. It's affordable. So whatever we have done in the medical diagnostics field, I feel that it is a challenging opportunity, but really a very curious opportunity to extend it. I will be very happy to help if you think that these kind of technologies are of any use to the community. So with that, I think I will stop for now so that the time is also.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Professor. I think what stands out is that it's a reminder truly that technology should not simply be more sophisticated as we expect it to be, but how humane, how affordable, and easily accessible. I think as NGOs, many of our organizations use technology, but it is at a cost. Yeah, yes. So technology alone, however, does not create impact. Its real value lies in whether it reaches people in communities, especially those who are often left out. That was what struck me when I spoke to Dr. Jayashree, and therefore I would like to invite her. Dr. Jayashree, you have spent decades working alongside children, families, and communities. So from your perspective,
thank you,
what
Lakshmi.
determines whether innovation actually creates meaningful impact for neurodivergent individuals and their families?
Thank you, Lakshmi. I put my thoughts into a piece of paper. It was right from day one. She was telling me it's 5 minutes, but now she tells me it's 3 minutes. Let me try my best. So that's why, if you speak extempore, sometimes your thought goes, there are multiple layers of thoughts. Technology has to be inclusive at birth. This was told by a person who is vision impaired, and he's a professor of mathematics from New Delhi. I thought that was a very profound statement. The challenge is not the absence of innovation here in India, I believe. It is often the last mile translation of that particular innovation that's affordable, accessible, and sustainable, because we have to talk about the B and C centers, the rural, peri-urban, and all those things. It has to reach the people who really need it the most. We do not know, we know that in India we have the world class, if I sit here and I feel very small because they're all such big scientists around here. We have the innovation capabilities, yet millions of people with disabilities continue to lack access to basic assistive devices. Sir will talk more about it. There's also the rehabilitation services we are talking about, inclusive education that can reach families, and of course, employment and community participation. To the innovators out here and future innovators, I urge you to please sit down with actual users, that is persons with disabilities, and their families to co-design whatever products you're going to develop. Because if you involve them in that conversation, it would be far better. Instead of saying that I'm developing something for people with disabilities, instead say I'm developing something with people with disabilities. It completely changed there's a paradigm shift in the power mechanics here. They have a say on the table. So that's something that's really important. And I believe anything that has to be impactful, any innovation of that nature it need not be the most sophisticated one. It has to be something that is extremely simple that any one of us can use. For example, it has to be dummy proof. The older I get, I find it very difficult to manage technology. I just want something that's dummy proof. Okay, let me stop at that. So, simply stated, in India, we do not struggle with proof of concept. As intuitively, we may know what that truly works actually. Innovation exists, but access to that innovation remains isolated in different pockets. What can we as NGOs do? To me, an innovation is not the next AI tool that we keep talking, because AI now is a big buzzword here now. To me, It is ensuring that every Anganwadi, every Balwadi, every Asha worker, every government teachers, SPEC teachers, parents have access to all these practical solutions that goes from these laboratories out onto the last mile. That is from the research to the retail users. It should reach them. That's something very important. So how does an NGO, I know my timekeeper is looking at me. So how do the poor NGOs view technology? Somehow NGOs are not seen to be aligned with technology. We do try our best. Let me tell you that. To us, technology is good because we know that it is very transformative. It is cost effective too. Remember COVID, that was a wake-up call for many of the NGOs. Many of my teachers did not know beyond the PowerPoints. And here we have to reach parents who did not have smartphones, who only had button phones, and we were asking ourselves this question, how do we reach them? Because COVID was a digital inclusion for people who are working in the NGO sector. We were completely out. And we had to scramble for solutions. But fortunately, it came twice, Phase 1 COVID, Phase 2. We learned from, by the time the Phase 2 came, we were far better prepared. So we had to scale up that act so that we could use technology. So I believe technology can fill up the geographical gap as well as the, what are the tools that we could use? Teletherapy. Because we know we don't have enough Dr. Ramachandra Mohan, pediatric specialists who are out there in the rural sectors. So how do we reach them? The special educators in the rural areas. We're talking about inclusive education and very limited supply of special educators. And how do we scale that up? Could we have some technology to reach many of the more contemporary methods of special education that we use in pockets like in the NGOs here in city, which are far more privileged vis-a-vis the one in the rural sector. So the next thing that you told me is about scale, am I right? The next subtopic you talked to me about scale and how do the various components come together, the academia, the NGOs and the government, because ma'am, the economist ma'am also was talking about scale because of course, who are going to work with us? The academia, of course, we start with them. The industry, yes, because they bring in the money, the moolah that we really need. And of course, the whole process towards product development costs a lot of money, time, effort, and technology too. So what I suggest is please work with NGOs to co-create assistive technologies so that the universities can validate them. We can integrate them into government educational programs, the health programs, the welfare programs, and the skilling space because they have scale. Because technology, unless it reaches a certain scalable, this one, it's not going to be profitable. I understand that it's the money. Simply put, technology alone will not create inclusion. Policy alone will not create inclusion. CSR alone will not create inclusion. The barriers that since I represent the NGO sector, what do we bring to the table is immense amount of practical experience with children. And Vasudha also mentioned about how we curate every single little program and every little problems that we face on a day-to-day basis. So we bring in a lot of lived experiences, the community trust, and a deep understanding of the intersection between disability, poverty, and inaccessible physical environment, social environment, and other factors, and of course products. So what we face is that our grant support is limited to beneficiaries, output and outcomes. So we don't have the luxury of innovating sometimes. We have limited data scientists, IT professionals, AI professionals with us, poor internet in the BNC centers, the rural and other areas, and weak of course, cyber security and all those things. Therefore, all these translate into very fragmented innovations that is happening around. I'm sure even in the rural sector, some of you who are in the CSR field will say, this is a great piece of this one. They should be scaled up. But who does it? Who will bell the cat there? So every NGO develops those apps or databases or assessment tools and training modules, etc. But then there is duplication of efforts. Some NGO in north of Chennai or north of India will be doing something that I've already done and say, they have already done that, or Tamil Nadu has already done that. There's a lot of duplication of efforts. So that is where we need to have a big dashboard to say that, it's happening, so how do we scale it up? So the result here is a paradox that we are facing in here. India has excellent engineers, excellent AI researchers, excellent startups, and many of the children still wait for that wheelchair. They wait for the communication board, which can be even a non-technology communication board, low tech we call it in our world, hearing aid or the therapy services, and women with, somebody mentioned about double disadvantage, women with disabilities. Yeah, and especially, women, there's a statistics to show that women with newborn children, girl children with disabilities are identified much later vis-a-vis the boys. So so they are already missing the early intervention boat. We cannot afford the 0 to 3 years is the exuberance of neuronal connections that ma'am was mentioning, Dr. Rama was mentioning about. So the future of disability innovation in India will not be judged by how sophisticated our AI or the algorithms are going to be, but whether a woman with disability in the rural village can access that healthcare, that education, that employment, and justice more independently because of your innovation, not otherwise. Yes. So, can I put a wish list here, please? I'll just take half a minute for that. Okay. We did in year 2012, we had an Xbox or something where it is sensory operated. Yes. So we just came out with an hypothesis. Can a person who is undergoing physical therapy and whose base of support is limited, is walking with support, can we improve that using an Xbox? We realized that those children with hemiplegia or diplegia could stand and do that sensor operated with larger range of movement because of the excitement of innovation that sir is
You're making
Mr.
Srinivas Professor very happy. yours
We
is
used it in
next up.
2012, but we have not come out with the research statistics to tell it to the outside world. It just remained with us, unfortunately. But it was just a kernel of idea. But today I'm putting a wish list to the people here because we have here professionals, organizations like Vidyasagar and Spaston who work with children with cerebral palsy, pediatric neurologists, neonatologists, government hospitals with neonatal NICU units, data scientists and industry partners. There's something called Heinz-Prechtel's general movement. It is something that for which you have to be trained, only then the physical therapist can do that. But I'm thinking of why should we go into an enclosed ecosystem? Why can't we develop something which is on our own? Because there's so much of information in the ICH and all of those things. We can record infant videos, extract skeletal movements using computer vision, quantify movement features, predict a cerebral palsy risk, and generate a new risk score that is our own, from our own data. So we can imagine combining general movement assessment of a newborn neonatal, because it is very generalized, birth risk factors, primitive reflexes, parent recorded smartphone videos and cry analysis, eye movement tracking. All of this can be combined, and that's my wish list for today. Because
Thank you, ma'am.
As an NGO, I never like to go empty-handed.
You spoke
because
for
my
all
begging
of us.
bowl is very big.
You spoke for all of us. That's why we gave you extra time.
Thank you. Regards.
Thank you. Yeah. This is why we need this summit, ma'am. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you so much. You reminded us that innovation is ultimately not judged by how advanced it is when you said we don't need any more and more AI, but it's judged by whether it reaches those who need it most, especially individuals and families who are often underserved. And I think that kept recurring. So thank you, ma'am, for that. So we have spoken about possibility, we have spoken about engineering, we spoke about community realities. I would like to now turn to someone who has spent years translating these ideas into meaningful employment, livelihoods, and industry partnerships. Mr. Karthikeyan, through Worth Trust, you have demonstrated that inclusion is possible when industry recognizes strengths and creates the right opportunities. So earlier, Dr. Usha Subramanian was also speaking about that. Drawing from your experience, sir,
how much time I have?
You have, like, between you and me, we have 2 minutes is what she's done to us. No, but please take your time.
No problem.
So what does industry need to do to move beyond good intentions? and create meaningful pathways for employment and economic empowerment. That's important.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes.
Started with good morning, and thank you very much, Ms. Lakshmi, for letting me to have the last word. Because I have two advantages. One is I can see what others have covered and then just butt in to say something extra. So and that's all I can do. Because when Mr. Srikanth invited me for this panel, I thought I will be a misfit. I told him clearly, both as an individual and the organization, I think we have not done much in neurodiversity. To be very honest, we have just touched the tip of the iceberg, and we are here more as I look at it as a learning opportunity to be amidst you all, the icons of neurodiversity, including Dr. Jayashree, who took most of the. You made our job very easy. That's all I should say. Yeah. Okay, now to come back to the realities of translating all these wish lists into meaningful livelihood opportunity. That's where the challenge lies. Since I have started with a disclaimer or a cautionary note that I am a novice in the field of neurodiversity, I would take the liberty of touching upon my own experiences with the other disabilities that we as an organization working for the last 65 years on the entire life cycle of rehabilitation, education, both early intervention as well as education, training, employment and empowerment. When I just answer you directly, when I look at the question, the answer I get is to start with more than pragmatic, it's a bit pessimistic. Because irrespective of all the mandates, all the percentages that are put on to the corporates in terms of employing differently able, the reality is something different. Even when it comes to the normal disabilities that we talk about, locomotor or speech and hearing impairment and things like that. So our own tryst with neurodiversity, I have to mention here briefly, take half a minute for that.
Yes.
The year that UN Convention, Mrs. Poonam talked about, the same year we started the Day Activity Center for children with multiple mental challenges, intellectual challenges. So that's the first understanding that after almost 50 years of the inception of our organization. From there on, we have moved on to early intervention, supporting government projects in 3 locations in Ranipet, Tirupattur and Vellore district. And also we have ventured into, in our own way, not in a very scientific and technology backed up initiative of employing young adults who are neurodivergent into horticulture in our own farms. Because it was a popular belief that the neurodivergent, the best skills or best job role that they can fit into is something which is more, not very repetitive, but more innovative and where they can have some variety. So, widely accepted bakery or hotel industry, many of the people have been trying. I think hot breads, Mr. Natarajan, I think supporting Subodhini in his own way. Okay, like Grundfos has been doing to them. Yeah. And horticulture is something which we thought we could try out because we didn't have the infrastructure for anything else except a large piece of land in our campuses. So we started employing them, around 6-7 of them. We have around a dozen of them, and most of them are neurodivergent. Some are autistic, some are with Down syndrome, and a few of them have ADHD. And based on the confidence that is gained out of it, we started first time probably, I can say, maybe Shankar is here, he can correct me if Ramakrishna Mission also does some horticulture work with neurodiversity people. Neurodiversic, or how do you say that?
It's okay, sir. Potato only, so it's okay.
Okay. So I think we first time started full-time 2-year ITI, NCVT prescribed syllabus with a syllabus under DGT, Government of India. We trained around 55 people so far over the last 3 years at our technical training center in Gumadipundi. When you asked about employability, we imparted them right skills, but we are not yet successful in employing even 10% of them in any of the farms or the other industries that can support that type of skill set. In spite of reaching out to the society at large. So this is the reality today, that when the most recognized, the most prevalent disabilities are not getting adequate opportunities, what sort of opportunities can be given by the industries to neurodivergent people? So this is the challenge that I am still mulling about through my association with CIA and all that. I have been also talking about it, but I am still to find an answer. We tried trading our own farmlands to employ them, but around 50 of them are still unemployed and were passed out in the last 2-3 years. So you have posed me a question. I'm just putting the question back to the forum, back to the audience here. How do we encourage industries to support the people with a specific, we can call them disability or the shortcoming in their perspective? Because when we talk about neurodiversity, we are supposed to treat them as equals or normal people who can be blended into the society. So what is that we can prescribe to the industry? If anyone can join this from the panel or anybody in the audience, just before I put my last 1 minute into it.
Because we are running out of time, I'm also thinking we have a gentleman here who is into farming, so maybe you could just say something, and is that okay? We wind up and I'll take the closing.
Thank you. I'll make this very fast. Thank you so much for calling me here. My name is Dr. Arun Janardhanan, and thank you for Sujata ji and all of us for bringing me here. So we have a 300-acre farm near Kanchipuram and 15 other places in Tamil Nadu. We've identified a species called Bos indicus, which is Indian breed cow, bull and a calf, which is actually 175 varieties in number. It's called Bos indicus. 1 acre of land is giving us 42 bags of indigenous rice. It's a research that we're performing along with the IWIL students of IIT Madras and many others. Again, the tip of the iceberg is what we've seen so far. It seems to be the pastoralist revival movement that is happening all over the world for regenerative farming based on allowing that cattle to perform its function. So 4.5 acres of land is giving us about 700 kilograms of vegetables, all in an inexploitative life. So we found sustainability. Again, it is a secret that our indigenous ancestors knew ahead of time to allow the cattle to perform its function. People would typically ask, where is the land? How would you go for such a large parcel of land? India has 3 million square kilometers, 30 lakh square kilometers, out of which 92% is still villages, 8% is urban setup. So 1.45 billion, more than 50%, 80 crores are living inside 8% of the area and trying to solve the rest of the world's problems, which we cannot, which we have to go out. And we found this Bos indicus and regenerative farming could be the solution. In United States and UK, there are about 3 grazing schools formed recently, and many people are emphasizing the importance of living alongside pastoralism revolution. That used to be our mantra before. So from IIT Madras, with the esteemed professors and the director's support, we've taken a lot of children to our farms. The therapeutic effects of actually working with the cattle, the cow dung, the actual sheeps, goats, the hens, that presence in an inexploitative way. When you see that harmony, you see a shade of that cosmic order, the Ritha that's called in Sanskrit. When that is experienced by us, it's very intoxicating for me to come back again here and attend these talks. And so it's so much. Thank you
so much. Thank you, sir, for asking that question, because we had an opportunity. Please connect with him.
I'm just seeing connect here. If you're talking about the farm and farming, and if we have around 50 youngsters who just come out of this institute for the last 3 years, how do we help them out to get engaged in such an activity?
So we are so much of abundance. We'll talk more about how we
can engage. We'll connect up after the meeting. Okay.
Thank you.
Because
sir.
I have approached few NGOs who are doing farming in their own campuses, but even there, I didn't get that type of a response. Okay, in Chennai. And the problem is, we are disadvantaged that we are in Katpadi, we are around 130 kilometers, we are not very far away, but then still this problem exists. And if you can just, one small prescription, which I told in, when I was part of the Chief Minister's, that is advisory committee for identifying job opportunities for differently abled. At the Chief Commissioner's office, there was a meeting around 3.5 years back. So I said, like CSR mandate, this 4%, 5%, whatever you're fixing, you should say that your manpower, the entire manpower that you employ in your industry or in your offices, at least 5% should be differently abled, and out of that 2% should be neurodivergent, something like that. See, we are working. See, I have spoken in many forums of CII. Okay, CII is an organization which is closely connected, which is a conglomerate, which is a body connecting up the industries. If they have not been able to do much in the manufacturing setup, I think IIT, which is now taking it up as a consortium through the consortium mode, can also get into this interface of connecting up NGOs like us and the government through academia to plant that thought that they have to provide opportunities.
Absolutely.
That's
Thank
all
you
I
so
can
much.
say. That it's a possible.
I'm going to hang on to that word, sir, possibilities. I think today we are looking at a roadmap that's talking about a lot of possibilities where engineering, technology, research, and NGOs and communities can work together on behalf of the organizing committee. Heartfelt thank you to the panelist speakers. Thank you so much.
So, a big thank you to Ms. Lakshmi Satish. Welcome.
You come back and if you don't mind, is it okay if we wait till the third panel is over? There are panelists. Please, sir. Thank you so much for understanding.
Thank you, Ms. Lakshmi Satish, and each one of our panelists for demonstrating how innovation and technology can become powerful enablers of inclusion when designed collaboratively. May I request Dr. Janaki from our organizing committee to kindly present tokens of appreciation to our panelists?
I just wanted to echo what Dr. Arun was saying. See, as kids, we were actually deeply connected with nature, with animals. And as we are actually growing up, somehow the disconnect has actually happened. So we can bring back that connection. Definitely, it will do a lot of healing. And thank you for bringing back that concept. Thank you very much.
So let's have a quick photograph. Official, okay. So now we move on to panel discussion 3, building stronger partnerships, NGOs, industry, and government. Okay. May I request the chair, moderator, and panel members of the next panel to join us kindly on the stage? No?
A small request to all the participants. We have an open forum. After the panel 3, you can please raise your questions that you have or your points during the open forum. Thank you.
No single organization can address the diverse needs of neurodivergent individuals alone. Sustainable impact requires partnerships built on trust, shared purpose, and complementary strengths. Our final panel explores how NGOs, industry, government, and academic institutions can work together to build an inclusive ecosystem. It's my pleasure to invite Professor Usha Mohan to chair this session. Moderating today's discussion is Professor Anand Jagadishan. Joining them are distinguished representatives from industry, government, and the NGO sector. Professor Hemachandra Kara, Professor Saji Matthews, Mr. D. Chandrasekharan, Dr. H. Maithili. I now invite Professor Usha Mohan to begin the discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone. Audible? No? Audible now? Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to Arshinder and Vishwa for having me here. In the interest of time, let me quickly introduce the panel. We have Professor Hemachandra and Professor Saji here. They are also actually, they have started what is called the Accessibility Research Center in a Center of Excellence again in IIT Madras, primarily looking at technology solutions to have more accessibility for disabled people. I'm not sure whether I should be using the word disabled. If I should not be using, I apologize. I'm still a learner, and I think it's very sad that most of us do not know what are the terminologies also that have to be used in this world.
Maybe ma'am, you can use Divyang.
Divyang, thank you. Right, and we have Mr. Anand Jagadishan, who is going to moderate the session. We have Mr. Chandrasekhar. I think we have heard about him and his work in the dyslexic world, and he will also be here. And I think we have someone from the government also here. So thank you, Dr. Maithili from the government. I stop here after my introduction. Over to you, Mr.
Yeah, thank you. So given the hard press for time, I'm just going to take the timekeeper job also in addition to the moderators. I request all the panelists to help us to complete this session because we are just almost exactly an hour behind the schedule what was planned in the morning. So panel 3, we just begin with Mr. Chandrasekhar sir. We'll have one question to each panelist as I just told. So we'll have the first question to set the ball rolling. According to you, what are the most pressing needs of neurodivergent individuals and the families, given the situation today, how it's happening?
Good morning. I have been working in the area of dyslexia, which is quite different from autism. So my experience is completely confined to. Yeah. Am I heard? Yeah. So my experience is totally in this area. As far as dyslexia is concerned, your question was, can you repeat the question?
The question is very simple. The most pressing needs for the neuro individuals and the families.
Yeah.
And how do you expect technology to support
Like any other difficulties, this is early intervention is the most important pressing need. So from our side, we have developed techniques for finding out the children at risk even between the age group of 3 and 5. So early intervention is very important. The next is assessment at the appropriate age. Age of 8 is considered as appropriate age for assessment. So the assessment needs to be done and the difficulties identified. An individual education plan is to be prepared after that, and then the child educated. And at an appropriate time, when you realize that the child cannot manage all the subjects, concessions are available in schools. So getting those concessions or getting the child into areas of easy maneuverability is also some of the techniques that we recommend to the children.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back to you if there's any need. Let me set the ball rolling in terms of when I invite Mr. Professor Saji Matthew. Today the question is more of the charity technology paradox is happening here in this forum, what we are discussing today. So what do you think are the opportunities and challenges would a non-profit organization face when it comes to adopting technology? From your profile, I could see that you're more into the IT sourcing and cybersecurity, etc.
Good morning. Thank you for having me in this important panel. I'm not the right person to answer this question. My involvement with NGOs working in the field of disability and inclusion is limited, but I will answer what I know, as typically professors do. We work around the question.
Sorry, sir. Maybe I just looking at something to do with the data security and privacy.
Okay. But my connection with accessibility actually and inclusion began in pre-COVID, I think 2019, when I became an advisor for inclusive education in IIT Madras along with Professor Vasa when he was the Dean of Students. And I was fortunate to meet Professor Hemachandran that time, because when I got this, I didn't know what to do, and I had really no idea about how disabled people feel and what we should be doing for students in this campus. So I was very fortunate to meet Professor Hem, and ever since he has been my mentor and guide in understanding not only the condition but also concepts related to this field. And I remember traveling with him to Liverpool in 2023 for a conference, and where we both of us actually did a panel together like this, and that was the best experience I had in this connection. And one of the striking points that really struck me during that panel conference was when we were having a coffee break. So there are a lot of disabled people, including diverse conditions. And I was in the queue, and the queue was moving so slow. Of course, you can imagine that there's a vending machine, and everyone actually makes their own coffee and have it. Irrespective of whether you are disabled or abled, vending machine is used by all of them. It is usable by all people. It's created like that. So if you are in a wheelchair, you can actually go around, make your own coffee and come back. And when I look at it, from typically our mind, which is developed in India, why can't someone go and help them? Why are they taking so much time? So for me, every second that was ticking was a moment of impatient, becoming so impatient. So 3 minutes, 4 minutes a person is taking to make coffee, and I'm standing in the queue. But nobody had any problem other than me. Okay, everyone is waiting and going in the queue and making their own coffee independently. Okay, that was a lesson to me that number one, everyone wants independence. So being dependent on somebody else is the last thing. The need for autonomy. I think it drives everyone's life. That is what you desire to be. So every technology intervention should actually work towards making people independent. That is number one. Number two, which I'm just stealing from Professor Hem's idea, that he talks about norm. I heard it recently also. What's the social norm? Okay, so we all follow the norm. And my colleague, Professor Usha, would explain it much better. I think in data analysis, they have a concept called smoothing techniques. Okay, so you have a data set, you have a lot of outliers. So you remove the outliers and then find the average so that average looks good. The outliers are sort of something which you don't need. It affects the average. It's easy to work, okay, around an average which is for the normal behavior. And that is where we go wrong. Okay, we actually exclude the outliers. Okay, and we think that we are doing a good job, but that's not what inclusion is. Okay, we have to include everyone and create a norm that accepting that everyone is part of the whole. Okay, they are not outliers. Okay, I think these are sort of to me big lessons I learned. And we in Accessibility Research Center, which we started in formally in 2023 when we got financial support, but we have been working on the same theme for quite some time now. And of course, Haim is the thought leader. He will talk more about it. But idea is accessibility, and we talk about the arc of infinite possibilities. So there are spectrums here. So we try to sort of work on this this phenomenon, and that is where our humble contributions are going to be. We also work with several NGOs. Professor Haim knows it's his network actually we rely on. I work through him. Okay, so over.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks for throwing light on the bell curve. All of us are part of it without the outlier being there. Yeah. Now on to Professor Hemachandran. I'm sure he doesn't need an introduction to all of us. I would just put it this way, that quadruple helix model, as all of us know, that we are here representing NGOs, industry, academia, and the government sector here. And obviously with the civil society, which could lead to quintuple helix paradox. Now, Professor Hemachandra, what is that? How can NGOs come together with academic institutions like you and collaborate to develop systems which could help them to streamline?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Saji. You are always kind. Let me start with the place where I am, that is academia, and how we can greatly facilitate academia and NGO coordination. To begin with, let me think like this: academic imagination. See, a lot of our research work, we talk to our academic colleagues by way of research paper, conversation, colloquiums, and teachings, and so on. On its own, nothing wrong with it. When I talk to my academic colleague in the humanities, I make it very, very difficult for my colleague from physics to understand, and vice versa. This is not intentional. This is each discipline will develop its own vocabulary and style and presentation. So this is at the heart of academics also. But what can also develop along with this is when I write a research paper, say on virtual reality and so on, we can develop a practice together where these papers are available in plain language. Plain language means anybody, irrespective of the discipline, background, who is NGO or NGO not, or my grandma, they should be able to understand. It is not simplification. I don't want to be misunderstood. It is not simplification or reduction in value or grandeur or method or rigor. It is saying it in simple language. Yes, simple language exists and complex language exists. We all know it. We can chat and come to some consensus about it. So that's one of the ways to begin laying out a commonness of language between NGO world and academic world. I thought that may be a good beginning point. And then disabled people-led academic thinking. I'm very fond of this. I'm not saying I should lead all the projects as a disabled person. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying that the causes of the disabled, neurodiverse or otherwise, and they must say what they want, and they must be heard that this is what we want. From the grassroots, from academia, and so on. This is going to be morally correct and methodologically very sound, because otherwise we will be inventing things which will satisfy patent and research norms but have little use, and also quickly abandon and hit museum spaces. So there's a second thought comes to my mind, which will facilitate a larger conversation between industry and academia and NGO world. And the third is about co-creation, and I think we have come to a design world, and now we are thinking of integrating digital space, AI, and the industry and academia. Design is the place where we all can meet and chat, because if the design is in such a way, people who think about technologies, who are at the higher table, and those who are working at the grassroots are in the ground, and they look up to people on the stage, then by design we are creating hierarchy, and we are not being honest about it. But if by design we are around a round table, I'm using a round table as a metaphor, then all of us are equal in conversing by design, by structure, by justice, then we are talking about true transparent conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I think from your thing, I just understood that how neurodiversity understanding can create a better universe. Now over to Dr. Maithili. Ma'am, first disclaimer, we all know that Government of Tamil Nadu or Government of India is doing quite a bit on this sector. So without getting into much details of the schemes and what the department does and all, we will just get to know that how you think this kind of collaboration is going to mutually help NGOs and the government sector.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon, all. I thank you for the opportunity given to me. From the department, since it started in 2010, it has been functioning, and now it is always the government of consistent towards the rights-based thing. So the rights of the differently able persons, it should be maintained. So the thing is that only our state has the department. The other states, it has been attached with the social welfare department. In our state, we have the welfare of differently able persons department, and I work in the state commissariat looking after the schemes. Apart from the welfare schemes, we have schemes for rehabilitation. And what is rehabilitation for the differently able persons? While documenting, it is the persons with disabilities for central government schemes, and for when it comes to Tamil Nadu, we call them as not disabled persons, differently able persons. So enabling a disabled person is rehabilitation as per the Rights of Person with Disabilities Act. The Rights of Person with Disabilities Act came in 2016, and the Tamil Nadu rules has been framed in 2018. See, many we are talking about the data. So I just wanted to pinpoint the data. We have the unique disability ID card given for all. It should be given for all differently able persons. And as per 2011 census, it is 11.79 lakh differently able persons were there as per the census in 2011. But later then the census has been not taken completely, and now we have arrived at the data based on the UDID. It is only 10.59 lakhs. Can it be decreasing? In 2011, when they took the census, there was only 7 types of disability, but now 21 types of disability. So it should increase. It should not decrease, right? Why? Where is the flaw? Why people are not coming out to get a UDID card or to get a disability certificate? Or is it the stigma that prevents them from getting the card, or they don't know about that there should be a card for them to get the benefits? So I insist all the NGOs to get the UDID card for all their beneficiaries. Point number 1. And point number 2, and from our department, from the commissariat only, the registration for the NGOs occurs as per the RPWD Act. As of now, more than 800 NGOs are being registered. And all these NGOs have been involved in the schemes like early intervention centers, the rehabilitation homes for mentally ill persons and intellectual disability persons for adult for after 14 years, and special schools. All these are being run. And there are 22 especially government schools and 49 government aided schools for differently able persons, and more than 334 NGOs
special schools they are running. So all these, we need to have a technology based. As from the morning session, we are based on enabling a technological ecosystem for the differently able persons. So I wish to say that all the schools are smart classes, smart lab or smart classes are being given to the specialized schools, special schools. Okay, so not only that, for an ID or a non-verbal communication problem, or autism, what is mainly needed? An alternative and augmentative communication device is needed. We have the AVAS or AAC mechanism, where initially, over 3 years only the special teachers or the special education, avangalukku mattumna and the AVA system kuduthirundanga. It is a software enabled in a tablet, nothing else. The cost of one is 35,000. But now, recently, we are giving to the students and the parents who are able to know about how can you use it and how to teach to their children, so that the communication gets better. So I just want to insist this, because such devices are available. And not only that, in 2020-26, we have come out with the smart vision, smart glasses for the visually impaired, and nearly 20 devices for the locomotor disabled. And all these are being, you can simplify, get through an eSevai Mayam with a UDID card. Just simple it as it is. And we have a differently abled welfare officer in each district, where you can go and apply if you don't know anything about how to go and where to apply. And not only that, we talked about identification, early identification, and that is the issue. I wanted to insist that in 2022, we issued a GO stating that it is a standard operating procedure for screening, identification, and diagnosis of a differently able child, and especially from 0 to 18 years. How to screen, how to diagnose, and who is the responsible persons, and how can this be made out. So we have a state convergence committee and a district convergence committee where they have to act. So I wanted to start from the pregnancy. From the pregnancy, high-risk pregnancy mothers are there. So in the health department, whether the pregnant mother goes to a government hospital or to a private hospital, we have a PICME number. PICME is PICME, Pregnancy and Infant Cohort Monitoring and Evaluation Number. It is a short form is PICME. So the service platforms for each and every department. In health department, when the mother is pregnant, we have the PICME number. That once the PICME number is noted for that particular pregnant mother, she will deliver finally. Either it may be abortion or it may be a full-term delivery. So the child will be born. If it is an abortion, it should be recorded so that it plays a major role. After delivery, it is a pregnancy and infant. The role of the child, we have an APGAR score, how the child is delivered, is there any birth asphyxia, is there any birth trauma, is the baby was admitted in the ICU, newborn ICU or signal. From there starts the neurodivergence. Am I right, ma'am? So, I wanted to insist that after the baby is born, ma'am said about the immunization card, it should be recorded in screening, right? So and after then, the child from up to 6 weeks, we can call it as a newborn, and the screening at 0 to 6 weeks should be done by the village health nurse or the village health nurse basically. Then after the village health nurse, after 6 weeks to 3 years, it should be the Anganwadi workers. But all the children will not go to Anganwadi worker. And how can the screening happen? And from after 3 weeks, after 6 weeks and after 3 years to 6 years, what happens? Regular monitoring and after the Anganwadi, the child will go to the school. So in all these things, the monitoring plays a major role and screening plays a major role. So I want to thank the World Bank funded project Tea and Rights project, wherein we have the community facilitator and community rehabilitation workers who identify and screen these people. Door-to-door service delivery. So door-to-door, they do the survey of the differently able, whether any disabled child is there already or which has not been monitored or not come into the thing or anything. We have taught nearly 5,000 people have been engaged as community rehabilitation workers all over the Tamil Nadu, and we are establishing one-stop service centers in block level and subdivisional level. Out of we have planned for 94 subdivisional centers, out of which 38 have been implemented, and out of 568 block level centers, one-stop centers, nearly 168 have been implemented. And what is happening in these one-stop centers? And what there are 9
I'm sorry.
therapists. I just wanted to say, sir,
Sure,
how
I
can the disabled
no,
child?
we understand. See, we all know that most of us work in the sector and we know what government of Tamil Nadu is there.
Yes.
And to tell that government of Tamil Nadu is much better than many of the states in India. All I'm trying to say is today the session is about how do you look at the technology leveraging. So my appeal to all of you on behalf of the NGOs is, can we not come to your department? Without that, can you create a single window system?
Yes,
That will be the first type of achievement. That will be the first type of achievement. Okay. So thank you for that. Because don't mistake, you're also part
yes,
of us.
Yes, sir.
Okay, ma'am.
SPDS, we have a social protective delivery
No,
system,
I think
sir.
it's happening, but we wish that it's happened at some point where the technology intervention, human intervention is reducing. Ma'am, to Professor Ushak, any closing remarks you would like to have? Because I think we are going to help this organizing committee to move on to the next section, which has some expectation from NGOs. No, the closing is very simple. I think all the members, thank you for, I think the first panel, which is completed within 20 minutes of the time, very much ahead of the time. So thanks for that. And sir, we have the open forum where we can express your expectations, which will be following this session. So thank you. And we only wish that we are all able to fly aircraft without a pilot, what we are doing with the car now, with all the intervention support from all the stakeholders here. Thank you.
Thank you to our chair.
Some mementos to be given.
Yes.
Please, yeah.
Thank you to our chair, moderator, and panelists for an enriching discussion that has highlighted the importance of collective action and shared leadership in building an inclusive future. May I now request Ms. Sarita from the organizing committee to present tokens of appreciation to our chair, moderator, and panelists.
In the interest of neurodiversity.
To the chair, to the moderator.
Take this. Take you.
I request the panelists to come to a photograph, please, official photograph. Okay. Thank you very much, panelists. Now, thank you once again. Now we will have the valedictory function. I call upon Professor R. Sarathi, Mr. Shankar Subbaiah, Professor Ashinder Kaur, Professor Vishwanath Kumar, onto the dais. All of you, please occupy the dais. I request Mr. Shankar of Agate Technologies to facilitate the discussion with the NGO representatives.
I'll tell. We're calling this valedictory function. We are combining three things together. One is the open forum, road ahead and next steps, and the closure part of it. Okay. Shankar, as always, from the organizing committee, please keep it crisp. And we request, yeah.
They're given this mic again. That's fine, no problem. Good afternoon. I'd like to request you all to be seated. Otherwise, already have a hand which is broken, then they'll break my other hand too. Okay, so please have conscience for me. Okay. Yes, time is running short. I know, to maintain a precious time, I'd like to request you all to be seated. Okay. I'd like to thank all of you for for this kind of immense support in this particular initiative, and we'll be happy to continue this with all the contributions of everyone. Okay. And I'd like to thank Professor Dean Sarathi sir for coming over here, as well as we have Professor Ashinder, as well as our own driving force, Dr. Vishwanathan here. Okay. Am I audible? Yes, sir. Okay, fine. Thank you. So in this, maybe they have combined both the open forum as well as the valedictory function here. So I'm going to call three representatives, one from NGO, one from a educational institution perspective, and another from sports. Okay. So I'd like to call Ms. Sulata ma'am from Sankalp to please come on stage, and I'd like to ask you a question, as from an open forum. Okay. You are going to be, oh, fine. So they're going to give you only 2 minutes for this. Okay. It is becoming more heartening to be, very open here. So leading an organization, ma'am. We are a kind of a teacher now. Okay. Attention, please. Leading an organization working from early intervention to vocational skill development. As an NGO asking to IIT, can you suggest how training, capacity building, technology enabling, as part of this initiative can happen for organizations as well as parents?
Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Good
Takes
afternoon.
a minute to understand this question, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically you want to know how technology IIT can support in,
in our
training programs or technological support for children with, for neurodivergent population. So it was quite an enriching, forums which we had, panel discussions which we had, and I picked up 2 or 3, interesting insights or how technology, what IIT is doing, because like all of us were saying, what we do and what you do is completely different. Your brains work very differently from how we support students with neurodivergent population. One was interesting was we would like to have, from my personal, interest, Dr. N. Sujata was talking about how you can map anxiety and emotions, and because working with children with autism, we are always perplexed. What they think and what we give may not match, and it just goes haywire because what we want is not what they want or they expect. So if we can match that, and if we can look at that, technology in that perspective. The second would be vocational, where we can match. I think some other panelists spoke about how we could match what the expectation is from a company or from the work front. We already know that there are certain skill sets which are required by certain work
in companies. So if we could understand that, and if technology can match that to the skill sets of innate skill sets of our students, our children, if that can be also mapped, then it becomes easier, because we are working on one set which is totally different from what is expected from when we go into workforce, or and there are students who are not even fitting into the open employment bracket. So what are their skill sets, and where can we look at, if we can map those skill sets? Of course, we have assessments and we do assessments on our own. So if there is a digital platform, or now the technology, AI, everything is growing in such fast pace, if we could have that also. The other would be school inclusion. When we talk about mainstream schooling, again, it is done at a very random, everybody needs to be included. I mean, each parent, no parent would not want their child in a mainstream school. So are there school sets, school readiness skills which we work on? If that can also be implemented, if the schools are given those readiness skill sets, or and we can map that to the students, if we could do that. So these are the just random thoughts which, after listening to the panelists, which have come
Thank you
forward.
very much for your thoughts, ma'am. Ma'am, Sudha ma'am from Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Education Research Institute, offering special education courses in all faculties of disability. Like, how, what do you think that the curriculum or the courses given to special educators can help, particularly in assessing this process of skill development or vocational skills towards employability? What could be included in curriculum and courses?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, as Madam was talking, like from morning onwards, I was listening to all the different types of suggestions for this ecosystem, for creating ecosystem for this neurodiverse learners. So being, one of the pioneering institute in offering various programs in special education. And with regard to sir's question, like with regard to curriculum, of course, we can very well connect the curriculum, the existing curriculum, with the technology. But at the same time, yes, many times we are going with the so-called general curriculum for children with special needs. So we can have, of course, we are doing a lot of adaptations, modifications, simplifications, and we are using UDL strategies and all while teaching children with diverse learners. So very well we can think in that way. We can very well connect it, that curriculum, with the technology, so that it will be easy for all the stakeholders, not only for the teachers, but also for other stakeholders such as parents. Because whatever we do in the classroom, at last, the parents, they have to do a follow-up in the home. So it can be easy, accessible to the parents and other stakeholders as well. And not only that, even we need to have a very extensive orientation and sensitization program for all the stakeholders. So when we talk about the ecosystem, so it is not only one kind of stakeholders, or many times especially in the planning level, only one type of stakeholders are involved. So this is my suggestion, that all the stakeholders should be involved in develop from planning to implementation level. So this is very much required. So of course we follow curriculum based assessment, curriculum based measurement, so many types of curriculum we are talking about, but in the ground reality it is not happening. So by using, again, it is not that we do not have the resources, lack of resources and all, we have, but then again we need to have extensive mode of training to all the stakeholders. So this ecosystem should be very much transparent, accessible and affordable to all the stakeholders, so that it will be very effective for the children with diverse learners as well. Yeah.
Thank you very much
Thank
for your
you,
views,
sir.
ma'am. And Professor Rajavarman from Faculty of Adapted and General Physical Education and Yoga. So how do you support, think that adapted physical education as well as yoga, which can be part of this kind of an initiative, okay, aided by technology, how could it support in behavior management as well as excelling in sporting skills, those areas?
Good afternoon to everyone. I'm very happy to represent Faculty of General and Adapted Physical Education Yoga. So what we actually is we produce 150 students every year, physical educators. Sorry. So we have adapted physical education in their curriculum itself. So where how to adapt, how to modify the environment, equipments, how to modify the laws, everything will be taught to them for differently abled. So every year we also organize different programs, especially Unified Play Day, where 150 students will be going out. They'll be giving training for special children, and they'll be bringing them, and we'll be celebrating the day. And even after this experience, what I come to know is, for the person with intellectual disability or autism children, we don't see any problem in, as we are all different, we have different abilities as like us. They are also that they are having their different have their potential in physical activity, especially when you talk about autism children. They are very good in individual activities like running, skating, and cycling and all. And when come to group games, social activity, they lack. So we are working on it actually. So apart from technology, we are at least we are trying 1,000 times at least to move one step. We are trying 1,000 times. We are making them involved in group activities. So when you ask about technology, we need technology for our coach to understand them actually, because they are trying to communicate, but we don't have that ability to understand them. And that is my understanding, and thank you for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you all. I believe you have done the role. Thanks for all your views. Yeah, please, it's the open forum. You are open to ask questions now.
It has been a worthwhile experience in the morning, and thanks all of you, all the stakeholders. Fundamental questions with so many NGOs around here, and who are physically present and who will disseminate further as the day proceeds or the weeks proceeds. If certain ideas have to be examined in a systematic forum through IIT, what is the methodology and mode of communication, single point of contact, please? That needs to be clarified. I represent a state level federation of organizations with intellectual disabilities, their parents, special educators, and NGOs throughout the state and all the districts of the state, with a total community, including the families, of about 10,000 people in Tamil Nadu alone. And this is registered under Societies Act, and it is about 2 decades old. All along it has been lobbying with the government of Tamil Nadu with different results. I don't want to sit on judgment of that. This is not the forum. But with a changing world, with changing technologies, and a premier global and national institution like IIT, how do you support this community in a sustainable, long-term, agenda-driven, short-term, mid-term, long-term funding, etc.? So many aspects are there. So how do we consolidate this? And as a trained industrial engineer, here I would like to tell you, how do we break down big steps into small workable elements? I need answers, concrete answers from this forum. Confederation of Federation, Professor Ravi Chandran, you must be knowing.
See, the genesis of this also, that we had conducted a survey. Professor Ramesh Babu was very clear. I'm just seeing 4 or 5 NGOs. This is not enough. I want views across. So we sent a questionnaire to almost 100 and odd
Yes,
NGOs.
I am aware of it. Federation is aware of it.
Yes. So we have taken views, and that's how the themes were formed. The 6 themes that for the discussion today were driven out of that feedback. So we will continue to interact with you And we will also send you further questionnaires, get your opinion, and you're always most welcome to respond with whatever queries you have. You have the team of people from IIT as NGO.
My question
One
was
is
single point of contact,
Yeah,
sir.
yes. There cannot be a single point. Okay, you want right now. For NGOs, we will represent. We have NGO of India. I'll share the email with everybody.
Please, that's
you
good.
respond so that we can communicate and then take it forward. Right?
Okay.
Can I? Right. Just one question we will
Okay,
take.
thank you.
So can we
That's-
take
that's
one,
good
one
enough
question?
to begin with.
Actually, Professor Sarthi has to go before he he talked to you and address at least these questions. One question we can have, and after that we will have his address. But after his address, we will continue with open forum. We will have few more questions. Yes.
Hi, I am Bala from Tiruvannamalai, living in a rural setup. Okay, so I run the NGO for special children as Ekamaya Foundation. So one question is about the early intervention center actually. So I closely work with the early intervention center in Tiruvannamalai, where working along with the dean, we improve the services of early intervention center in Tiruvannamalai. We also set up sensory rooms and equipments and improve the sensory park in early intervention center in Tiruvannamalai. Also, as we conduct workshop on weekends, where we try to bring in people there. So what happened? See, number of people who are coming to the early intervention centers become pretty less, and we worked with calling them in the phone to come actually. So if you see that one early intervention center in a complete Tiruvannamalai, which is containing 18 blocks, it makes it difficult for people to travel to early intervention center even to take our services. So this is the biggest, even when NGOs are ready to help, and we continue to work with them and providing services, improving the, sensory room and, improving the sensory park for the children's. The number of people coming over there has been pretty less because, it's a pretty big district, right? Where we are 18 blocks. What I'm advocating is to government to have say 18 blocks in Tiruvannamalai, at least they should have one early intervention center in each of the blocks so that it become accessible for people to come over there. Okay, this is my help I want, because this will help in people can access the early entrance center easily and get the services.
Sir, actually, the government is running one-stop service centers now slowly. Okay, maybe like Madam Maithili, when you have a personal discussion, you'll be able to get it. See, in every subdivision, there is going to be a one-stop service center, which is part of TN Rights project. Okay, slowly they are going to expand it to block level also. Okay, I believe that will slowly bring up the solution, but it is in the baby steps now, so it may take some more time. So, considering the time, I'd like to hand over.
After this. Good afternoon. My personal thanks to Professor Ramesh as well as Professor Harshinder and the entire team for inviting me for this event. This is one of the important projects close to our heart to the Institute. IITM is for all. And there were multiple questions from the NGOs. Initiatives were taken, and I just wanted to explicitly would like to say that what IITM is looking for, and I am sure happiness is a collective responsibility. Each and every one contributes to it. It is easy for us to achieve the perfect goal, right? And Madam was indicating that is there a possibility of anybody getting a job? Yeah, of course, when we try to talk about the autism spectrum, the marginal spectrum group, there is every possibility that we identify, and particularly in semiconductor, IIT Madras last year has given a job for people from different locations, and we are trying to we gave a job for 1,000 people. This particular thing, we will try to talk to the industry and what level of autistic kids, there is a possibility of getting engaged in this sort of initiative. Certainly we will try to do it. And my personal thanks, I should say in specific, IITM alumnus have contributed a lot to this, right? And we will try to take initiative. Of course, this particular event, I think, an initiative from, and we will try to take initiative, try to take help from them to support children's, like to give a training at IIT Madras, right? This we will be trying to take it in a very short notice. We will try to bring industry, try to talk to them what level of autistic level is possible for you to accommodate and what age group it is possible for us to do it, that we can always do it. So thanks to you, madam, that you have made it as an point. It is very, very important. We will try to do that. As far as academic is concerned, two things you have indicated. One is that, and the second one is, yeah, exactly. Yeah, one of the important research which is going on at IIT Madras, Professor Chakravarti do carry out a lot of work, and infrastructure which we are trying to bring in, starting from sleep we are trying to, because once a sleep is there, there is every possibility that everyone can get into this these sort of problems. It is possible for us to do it. How that it could be accommodated, we are trying to look at, and that is our nearest next goal. It is not alone for the regular people. We also would like to do how that it is. I would like to tell you here we are trying to in another 10 days we are trying to bring in people from AIMS to work on autistic children, how that early intervention can be carried out. And there are success stories which AIMS Jodhpur is talking about. The neurologist from AIMS is going to come along with Vermam, right? They have a history. Sir, that time I would like to invite you and let us work together and see what best we can do it. I am sure this particular intervention program, I also request everyone to join, and we will try to see what best we can do it. I am pretty sure the small initiative will try to give a large impact. We wanted to train NGOs, we wanted to train the parents, and a little amount of training to the kids. So this is going to be a one-day program. We will try to see what best we can do it. So that intervention is going to be. So one is the research we are trying to bring in. Second one is we are trying to bring in IKS knowledge to it, how that it can be brought into the system. It is possible for us to do it. And IIT Madras started thinking, and at the right time, Dr. Professor Harshinder has taken this initiative to bring it. Of course, it is a 3 years journey. I'm really proud of you, madam. I'm making it, bringing it to this level, it requires a lot of effort. I am pretty sure IIT Madras would like to support this initiative, and I'm sure a lot of impact we can bring in and make a center, so that we will give a model structure to everyone, every state, or the pan-India level. It is possible for us to demonstrate how that it has to be accommodated, right? So we will try to do that. As far as academic program is concerned, AI for Educators is the one program which we are running for all teachers as well as the parents. So now it is my responsibility to see how that the curriculum can be brought in for, especially for people who the parents who have to handle autistic children's. It has to be taken much of a care. Probably I will try to discuss with the neurologists as well as NGOs as well as the trainers, including the members from sports, right? We will try to have a discussion onto it, and how AI adaptability is going to be enabler for the kid. We will try to work onto that, and that program is going to be, there is a skill program which Ministry of Education has talked about, which is called the Swayam Plus. In the Swayam Plus, we will try to take some support from alumnus or from our CSR funding or whatever it is. We will try to bring that program that is going to be more resourceful for this thing. And I personally try to see that these all things are keep moving. And the point of contact which you have indicated, sir, I think most of the things, all the time we try to talk about, we wanted to see that it is getting implemented. The point of contact, I requested Professor Harshinder to be a point of contact. I hope it is not going to be a big, because she takes it to the heart and try to work on. And madam, we will try to support you to the best from the institute and try to see how best we can do it for the community. It is very, very important. And I also would like to mention that everyone say that autistic children have separate skill, and they also do good music. So one of our initiative is we wanted to see that Vande Mataram and as well as Tamil Thai Vazhuthu, one of the program which we are planning to do it as a trial. We would like to see how these children are performing the music. So we would like to see, and if that model is there, I think every center can try that model, and any program, if we can make the kids to make it, there will be a good of enthusiasm to the parents as well as to the children's, right? So let us try. I would like to try this in the neurologist program which we are planning end of this month. That time the separate invitation will come. Please come for this meeting, and let us see how that performance is going to be. Sir has taken a personal responsibility that he will bring about 10 to 15 children and make them to perform, right? So music is the another one. So slowly we'll try to take it to them to Independence Day and major programs where these children can perform, and is my wish to take them to good music directors if they are coming somewhere to IIT Madras. I wanted to have this sort of performance happening. So that will be a point, make the musicians to include them in their thing. So that will be a pathway for these children. That is how the initiative was taken. We will try to work on jointly the best of the best. In any specific questions, if you have, as far as IIT Madras is concerned, we are for the technological growth. We will try to implement it and see the best what we can do it, and we work together to see that the things are happening good. Yeah, madam.
I'm Rajlakshmi from Madhuram Narayan Center. We work with on early intervention of children with intellectual disabilities and associated conditions. Wherever we go talk about technology or any other intervention, it is always about children with the specific learning disabilities or autism. But the children who come to our center, they have IQ of 52 or 60 at the maximum. So for them, education is not a possibility. So there is no way, nobody is talking about any technology that would help, that is not going to be any academic education for our children. For them to improve, we need some, we are talking to Professor Chakravarti about developing an app for training our children, even in the basic concepts, colors, shapes, even those concepts they don't understand. So if this forum could come up with something for those children, that would be very helpful, because even autism children who have ID come into our center. So with intellectual disability and autism, it is going to be difficult for them to go for the learning concepts or academics. So I would request this forum to think about some issues that can be solved for children with the intellectual disability also. Yeah, because physical disability, visual impairment, autism, SLD, everything is talked about. But intellectual disability is not much talked about.
Thank your you. Point, I understand what you are. You're audible, sir.
I'm Shankar Narayanan. Actually, what she said is very, very important.
Important, I agree.
Okay. The problem is, you're talking, we are in IIT, you talk about AI techniques, AI technology, everything. But this lady, I'm also blessed with an autistic boy, the life skill. I'm telling you, openly I'm telling you, if I teach my son to go first call of nature, that is itself a gift. Further technology, no, I'm telling you what is technology. That we have to think.
Yeah, that's right.
Then another point, what she said, some models with the help of AI, artificial intelligence, some model you can develop, and that should be prescribed as a curriculum for special teachers.
Exactly.
That should be taught. That special teacher should.
Sir, I made it very clear to the audience that AI for educators, we have done good for the teachers as well as for parents. Now it is my responsibility, by inviting neurologists, NGOs and the people, parents, we will try to see how that curriculum can be brought in for special.
I'm telling you, special emphasis should be given life skill.
It
is very, very important.
Exactly. Madam, what she has said is very important. It is not that, that is what is a spectrum. At a different spectrum, the problems has to be identified.
I honestly accept the technology, the expertise of IIT. At the same time, this is also an important aspect of people.
I agree with you. I thought my speech would have given you little more confidence to move forward, right? But still the questions are there. But please take it confidently that IIT Madras will do
See,
it.
I can just have one point where the whole world is worried about, AI will replace their job, replace their thing. This is the one sector where we want that to happen.
Yeah.
Right? We don't have resources. We have lack of educators. We want AI. We want AI based robots to come and help us, and that's what, see, the intention is to bring the center covering all aspect, because each NGO is working in their own domains, specific age, specific problems, so another issue is, you work for this age, after that what happens, even I'm sure even NGOs, they don't bother. Yes or no? This is the bitter truth. So to integrate, and once you go for the further, like till they become adult, after that what, even that particular NGO forgets about that.
No,
And
that it is a continuous
no,
process. Yes.
not sorry,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
forget, but there is no avenues or help support after that.
Yeah.
There are there is huge challenges.
Sir, it is a collective responsibility. We will start working from day
how
one.
we can bring under one umbrella, this is very much required wherever this touch points are missing. So at every stage, till, like, I think the support is required throughout the life, right? But here it is at various silos and islands, like. So probably that's what we are trying to build, a center which can bring all this issues. NGOs as in entities, but we are not working on entities, we are working on issues, right? Issues, and then how these issues can be integrated, how different stages can be integrated. So this is what we are envisaging, a center. But again,
Yeah, we will try to see what best we can.
Using technology, our understanding is a robot can do a better job for the autistic children as compared to a human teacher. This is our experience, because the autistic children, they understand binary languages only. Like they want clear, they don't understand grays of shades. So when you communicate in a word has to have only one meaning. So robots are, can actually communicate with them in that language, and they don't have any emotion. When we talk to these children, we end up showing our anxiety or emotions, and they take advantage of that. So technology.
Madam, noted. Your point is noted. We are
well said.
talking in IIT campus, and everything is given to you already. So everything is given to you. Take it assured, and I request sir
we
to
will make it
finish
in
this.
a step fashion, and we will try to address this issue, which is of national importance. We will do that, and we'll try to see what are the different modes by which the funding can be carried out. Of course, we will work together and see the best. Yeah.
Thank
I'm a parent actually.
Yeah.
High functioning. Gone through the journey with him for the last 30 years.
Yeah.
Also been associated with various NGOs like NGOs. So my request is like, okay, I know you're doing it with the NGO. Is there a forum where you will put what activities you want to be doing? Like you said, some QR code for NGOs. Is there something the parents where we can be connected to give our lived experiences?
Yes, we'll talk about it after the his speech. We are going to onboard NGOs and parents and families. We'll talk about it.
I need one communication point.
Yeah.
We're going to have single point.
Sure.
Second, if not just one few seconds, since each one of them are doing an excellent job, since I've navigated various NGOs over the period, what she said is also very important. We can create one umbrella where people can get information. Like Mr. Shankar Narayan asked for a curriculum. I'm not promoting anything here. I know of one Dr. Gayatri Narasimhan from Pravarkima Vocational Institute who has just given a state government recognized curriculum for all students with autism dyslexia. It's already there. It's a well recognized institute with a curriculum. So the point I'm trying to make is we can have one umbrella with all NGOs connected, and then like all the data comes in, and across India, like where we can have information, and you're just like a social media platform. You just
Sir, we will create some sort of a deck so that everyone get into it.
Disability ecosystem where everybody gets connected, pours in their thoughts, because you can't address everybody. Like Madhuram Narayan Center, what they are doing, you can't address individually in IIT with the technology you're thinking, right? Their needs are different. Shankar Narayan's needs of an autistic boy.
No, you have made the point. Sorry to interfere. You have made the point. Every NGO is doing the best they can do. They are doing the best they can do. We are just trying to complement. So we are trying to reach out to you. What is like, that X factor you want to add on? So what are the issues? That's what, because that is your competency, right? This is the competency of NGOs. Yeah, we can, yeah. We can never match that competency because experience which you have learnt with, yeah, correct.
Thank you, sir. Your point is well noted. And again, that is the very purpose of today's summit. So we are going to connect together and address our common issues.
So I'm extremely happy that everyone is vibrant, and this vibrant thing, we will make it positive. Exactly, that is what is required. And with this short note, I personally thank you for enabling me to give a few words here, and we will all make it success. Thank you.
Heartfelt thanks to each one of you here. I request now Professor Vishwanath to felicitate Mr. Shankar and Professor Sarathi. Yeah, it's my privilege to invite. So it's my privilege to invite Professor Arshinda, Professor Vishwanath, and Ms. Sarita to present the roadmap and discuss the way forward for the proposed Center of Excellence for Neurodivergent Individuals.
So I would suggest even this we will do, but again, if few questions are there, we can continue with the open forum for another 10 minutes. Yeah, we can continue with the open forum for another 10 minutes. Yeah. No, actually, then roadmap can answer to some of the questions.
No,
then.
we can actually do the roadmap so that they will know the answers and then they can ask, right?
Okay, so let us share our thoughts and then you can pose questions. Yeah.
Again, thank you for your nice comments and presentations and views. But I think when I took up the role in September 2024 as a facilitator come a seed, which they say, is based on my earlier experience at IIT Madras over 3.5 decades. I think what I listen from most of you are basically a list of requirements which are not going to be fulfilled by any center. Even if you start today, it may take several decades and centuries. I think let's remember that we need to prioritize it based on all the experiences and learnings and the wisdom that you all have it. And let us start with something at a lower level wherein the outcomes can be immediately seen, maybe in the next 3 years, 4 years. I think irrespective of the association that we are talking about and the government agencies that they are talking about their policies, none of them will stay for a long time. They will only stay for a short term. But if the Center of Excellence has to stay for long, I think unless we have a clear vision and clear mission, which we need to really set it up, and that's going to be like a translational activities that we thought of doing it, by taking one of my center as an example, how we interacted with the industries, associations and all of them. I think unless the roadmap is very clear, right from the lowest level activity which is being done by the NGOs at various locations, and then what is the technology and assistive technologies, and then employability and all those things will not become a reality. I think let us listen to this roadmap which they are going to give it. Yeah, I think because you should all think that 100 demands will come. The next first one is, who is going to fulfill your demand? Which agency? Who will give money? who is owning the responsibility? I think these are the fundamental issues on which we have to deliberate it before we make a laundry list or a shopping list and then say that I want to do everything. Everything is not possible because those who are sponsoring it, we need to identify the sponsors and they'll have to put some money, and we need some leaders. No, Arshinder Kaur alone cannot do it. No, we need the leaders who can take up the responsibility. I think there is a big difference between the academic curiosity and the translational reality. Yeah, please think about it a little more deeply in order to really translate them into a useful activity which each one can benefit, and especially the neurodiverse kids can benefit from that one. I think we need, this is the 21st century, we are not in 20th or 19th century. I think unless you think of a transformation processes very clearly, we can make a lot of promises and none of the promises will be fulfilled. I think this is my past experience and I am doing it with some fulfillment, for a small community. I think if you want to really achieve something, otherwise, naturally things will settle down like what we have been witnessing it over the last 4 decades, 5 decades. This is my a simple urge to all of you. Thank you.
Can I take the mic, please? All right. So I had a different script altogether, but because after hearing all your questions, let me start with this presentation is going to be shared by the three of us. I'm going to talk about why we started, what we need. And many of the questions that you raised, that is precisely the reason why we started getting into IIT. Connected ecosystem. I think sir said that, we need one platform where, everything is available to us, everything is accessible. Okay. I'm Sarita. I'm part of an organization called Meera Charitable Trust. And I have been involved with IITM for the past 3 years, if I may say so. And, we started off with the initial pilots. 2 organizations, Wabiman and Meera, we started off with initial pilots that Professor Ramesh Babu was talking of. And then a few more organizations joined us. We have Navjyoti Janaki from Navjyoti Clark School. We have Shrikant. And we have from VXL, Mr. Anand Jagadisan. And many more are joining there, a lot more. And then we did the survey and all those, where we tried to gather the voice from the community. Many of you over here would have participated in the survey. And the output of the survey was seriously taken, and we tried to draw a map in terms of what is it that we want to go ahead, and the thematic pillars came into existence. So the entire genesis, or the entire reason why we are all here is to build that connected ecosystem, to have an ecosystem in place where we have all the experts and the individual also included. I think nothing for me without me. That's something that is always very close to my heart. So if we want to create something for neurodivergent individuals, they have to be the central piece. They have to be involved in that, and their involvement makes a huge difference. So this connected ecosystem that we are, can we go on to the next slide? I think I have already spoken about it. The connected ecosystem that we are looking at building is something that is going to be inclusive. If you're talking of inclusive, it includes all of us, including the neurodivergent individuals. We are looking at healthcare professionals. We are looking at NGOs like us. We are looking at the IITM ecosystem, the government and the aided sector, the society support, and the corporates and CSR. Of course, we need moolah, we need funding. Without that, nothing is going to happen. And why we started what we started is, that's what is there in the rightmost bottom quadrant over here. We know that there is an awareness of neurodiversity quite well. I think people, that awareness, that stage is already set. It's now all about, how you can use technology for early identification, assessment, or recommender systems. How can you come up with automated, digitalized recommender system? There is a difference between digitization and digitalization. What we are talking today is digitalization. How you can keep the individual as the center, not the learning as the center. How do you devise everything around the individual? Because we all know that the individuals that we are working, each one is unique. So, and with the advent of AI and machine learning, all the buzzwords that we hear, that is absolutely possible. So how do we digitalize all of these? So in fact, the assessment models or the curriculum or the recommender systems that we are talking of, all those, it has to be one of the things that we need to do is, if we have to use an AI and machine language, I was just talking to Professor Usha Mohan here, we need to give them data. Only if we have data, only when the data is shared, it can get mined, and then, you can actually use that for creating the systems that we want, if you want to have an intelligent system in place. And yes, coming out of all these are the engagement models and the frameworks that we are having. And the focus areas that we are looking at is digital tools. Anything that we are talking of over here has to be scalable, has to be accessible, has to be affordable. Those are the three things, that are the underlying premise of any tool or any platform that we are looking at building. And the assessment should lead to interventions that have to be again individualized out here, and an evidence-based practice. That's where we come to an organization like IITM, where we look at evidence-based practices and monitoring, continuous progress monitoring, feeding back into the system and making sure that the decisions, the interventions that are given are truly the right ones, or does it need any other changes. So the more data that is given to the system is where it becomes more trained and the outcomes are more predictable. And that's where I think, as NGOs, we all need to join hands and, provide the, use these systems, and then, try to give the feedback to them and make sure that, it is something that is really something that is robust and that can be used by all. And assistive technologies, somebody spoke about life skills over here. Sir, assistive technologies for life skills is one of the things that we are looking at. Okay. So assistive technologies, not just today, I think, when we talk of assistive technologies, it is more in terms of probably communication. There's quite a bit that is there. But in terms of training the life skills, in terms of making the everyday activity of an individual seamless, how do we do that? And then, I know Janaki is behind me. And then we are looking at capacity building. How do we train the people to make sure that whatever tools are there, the tools are not enough. We need to be trained. We need to know how to use it effectively, how to make an impact to our neurodivergent students on this. Next slide, please. So out of this came the 6 themes or 3 core thematic pillars that we are going to talk about. Assessment, we spoke at length about assessment. In fact, Arshindarji's team, they have actually created an assessment model where, they have fed in some data into it, and we need, we need to use that more and more. Finally, the assessment system should lead to a recommender system. The recommender system will be across ages. For those in the early ages, it would be interventions. For those in the older age groups, it will lead to what are the occasional pathways they can be considered for being trained, where they will actually fit in and then from there it moves on to the skilling. That's where, your skilling and occasional training happens. And then, of course, we spoke about technology aids, and all encompassing all these things, the well-being of the individual should be prime. At no point we want to bombard them and, put their well-being at risk. So there's a continuous monitoring of their behavior and mental health is also needed. And of course, capacity building we spoke. My last point before I hand over to this thing is, don't consider employment as the end goal. It is only a milestone. What is the end goal? There is no end goal over here. It's a journey. What is important is the happiness of the individual. Do they feel happy to do what they are doing? I think that is what we need to work on. Probably employment and engagement are milestones to reach that. But the larger goal that we have to work is every individual feels dignified and happy to do what they are doing. And this leads us to the operating model. I'll give it to Vishwa.
Survive in this harsh world. So that is paramount beyond employment, happiness, everything is lived experience.
Fair enough, yes. Ability to survive in a dignified manner. Yeah.
Make that happen for my own son. Make him independent and live in this harsh world. The people understanding him, he understanding the world. That's very important, even going beyond happiness. Otherwise, they face a very harsh world. Ability to thrive. Thank you, and I think like it's almost 2 o'clock and I don't feel hungry. I really don't feel hungry. Yeah, and
Today I feel little more energetic and blessed. Reason being is that I am standing in front of a very attractive stage now, right? We have two beautiful thought leadership sitting here. As I look at them as Lakshmi and Saraswati. Okay, and there is a Durga standing here. And you know how an individual who has come to IIT, I am an alumnus of IIT and parent of an autistic young boy who is about 20 years and trying to see how to help him out with Mira and Savimon. That is how the ideation started about 3-4 years back. And they have been driving me crazy for about last 1 year. And with Professor Ramesh Babu's blessings, we are standing here and deliberating about it. The one simple vision, okay, probably this looks little from a proposal perspective where we have to be little more kind of technology centric and high fun do. Whereas to me, it's like I'm nearly 50. And what we see or what I see is that over 40 years, how we have evolved. As it is, as we are born and seen an educational, primary educational system, higher educational system, college, job. That is the culture we have cultivated ourselves. And that is there in our mindset. And when we don't have a structure around it and our kids don't fit into that mindset, we feel little unsettled. And how do we break that barrier is the thought process here. It answers exactly the same question, right? When we are into the mindset of a structured stepping stone approach, a stage gate approach where we clear each stages and get married and settle down and become grandfather, we are little confident. But when you don't see that in our children, it has a different unsettledness. Can you go to the next slide? The question is, it's not about technology. I think Ms. Poonam was talking about social centricity, where how do we break the mindset and see that we bring in the right set of people? It's quite difficult. Luckily, for me, I had many more like this to move this to this level to see that institute is able to respond to our requirements. And it took a lot of effort. One point of connect is not sufficient. He was asking about one point of connect. One point of connect from my experience over the last 4 years is not sufficient at all. It took us larger momentum, energy and drive to bring together to this level where I have been interacting with about 60 professors, 60, 70 professors, and I think about 15 or 20 have shown explicit interest to give it a shape. I think that is where the transformation happens. And I think we need to come together to a platform where we bring in that kind of an energy so that we bring in the right set of individuals. There are about 600, 700 odd professors here. And it's quite difficult for us to reach all of them. But how do we identify the right set of faculty members and right set of parents and NGO leaders who can come together to make this reasonably a successful step forward as a model exercise for our country? I think I'll stop here and we'll move on to the next agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we start, we really want to thank Vishwa, Dr. Vishwanath Ganeshan. He is the binding force for all of us. He has brought all of us together. So he's a common pillar here, you know. So, and he is always at the receiving end, you know, from all of us. Very sorry, Vishwa, I must say first, right? And actually, I want to start with IIT Madras had started this inclusivity and disability initiative long back, and there, you know, they actually created some kind of faculty coordinators in each department, and they provided the training to those faculty coordinators who will take care of, you know, the students with special needs, like, you know, in their respective departments. So there, you know, when they trained us, they literally, like, you know, they just blindfolded us for us to experience that, you know, how we experience this thing. This was a training given to us, right? I would say that, you know, it's not the Divyang people. I think this is the disability in our mindset. If we are not able to have this inclusive thought of including, you know, all kind of, you know, people, individuals here. So I think first awareness, the social stigma, that also has to be removed, that how we can make every individual acceptable in the society. That is the broad objective, right? Now I will come back to the harsh reality. So sir was asking who is the point of contact, whom we should do. I'm very sorry to state that so far nothing is there. I would be very, very sorry, but this is reality. Until the center is created,
My point was not to point fingers at the institution like I.
No.
It was to enable the whole ecosystem to function smoothly.
Right. No, I'm saying
something like a single window.
Correct. No, no.
Not to cast aspersions on your institution.
No. Not. It was not even taken that way. Is like point. I'm saying this is the harsh reality. We don't have any. Not you. Even we don't have any point of contact. How we can reach out to NGOs? Can you please tell us? Even for us, I'm saying there is no point of contact for any one of us sitting here. There is nothing, like no nodal point where we can actually share our concerns, right? So this is the reality. Even we cannot do unless some center comes. If some center is built, definitely then we can definitely have POC, right? To start with, there can be an individual, maybe down the line other individual can take over, and we have to pitch for creating this center together. So it's an effort. And other harsh reality is that whenever we will pitch for center, we will pitch for funding, they would ask for this question: are you ready? What is your plan? This is reality. How would you go about it? What would be the outcomes? What would be the impact? Okay, but yes, we have to take everyone. So this is what we have built, uh, based on our experiences, based on talking to many NGOs over the past 2 years, 3 years. I'm sorry, I'm not expert in this domain, but we are trying to integrate. I'm a typical logistic and supply chain person. I will talk about the operational, the ground realities. We have spoken, we have experienced, we were talking to NGOs, right? So I was talking over tea also. We are we are educating an individual. We are assessing that individual. We are doing it manually, and some people have done digitally also. How many of NGOs have analyzed over time, analyzed how that individual has progressed over years, over months? Have you analyzed? We are not. These are the ground things, where there we are pitching. You are giving best training. You are giving, best interventions, correct? But we don't have this analysis of that. What over a period of time, what have been successful? Can we make use cases out of it? So there is no documentation, right? When we started our work, we wanted to see, are there any research papers from India which is coming? So we can write so many studies, but people will not accept our studies unless it is peer reviewed, accepted in some articles and journals. Nothing is there, right? So efforts are there, but they go unrecognized. They are not acknowledged anywhere in India. Yes. No, that's because the NGOs are so busy working on exactly. That's where we are saying we are going to complement that.
It's a battle for us.
Yes. That's where we want to complement. No. Again, the idea is not to publish the paper. The idea is to disseminate, the findings of the things, and that's where we complement.
But now, thanks to the CSR, all of us have MIS, and every day we document what happens with each student. So that kind of stuff has started.
Yes. So we need to establish that. So if we would create a center, we would definitely look for first 2-3 years just building the ecosystem, building the platform where we can bring every stakeholder under one umbrella. So which are NGOs, what are they specialized in, what kind of domains they are working on, right? How they are doing screening, right? What are their efforts? Screening, again, an example, right? So pilot intervention, assessment tools, digital platform connecting stakeholders. So shared resources and building repositories. So this is the effort that would help all NGOs across, right, to have the shared resources, capacity building. So it is not only we would create, you are going to create. So this will be created in jointly, right? So then only there will be good learning, mutual learning would happen. Then creating employability pathways. Same when I say stakeholders, we will search for potential companies, industries, what they are looking for. That's where we can complement and do some surveys, some research, bring that to the table. This would definitely take next 1 to 3 years. The whole technology platforms, digital platforms. So how we can create, reaching out to people will be the toughest job. Reaching out to all stakeholders would be the toughest job. So next plan would be, that's where we are expecting assistive technologies, tools would be ready, right? Because building them will create a lot of time. As we see that each individual is unique, they need a specialized interventions, specialized engagement models, right? So we have to really keep doing in this phase so that we can make ready repositories by this, so that it can be in the usable form, right? Then we can have industry engagement. So this will really help us to understand the industry requirement. What I have was saying earlier, that every NGO has a focused probably age group, correct? They have a focused on particular domains, spectrum, right? But how we can have a complete end-to-end integrated thing, that's what we are envisaging to achieve this down the line, right? So that when a individual will reach this age, this level, where that person would go after that, what is possibilities, at least those kind of repositories, those kind of interventions, assessments thing. So if those things can be, I can't say it is standardized, but to some extent, it would be common. Can we say such kind of individuals exhibit some common progress, right? They can forward, they can actually go through this kind of skills, this kind of potential employment. Then matching the employability, we can work on that also. So this is the zone where we can actually direct the policy. Why policy documents are required? The government has to be sensitized to have accommodation requests to the companies, right? So it's a lot of effort, it's not only as Ms. Usha was mentioning today, it's not only just employing individuals, taking care of those individuals during their job also. What are the different accommodations which industry and companies should be prepared for, ready for? Can we have some policies in place, where we need government stakeholders, but who would frame that policies, who would draft that policies? That again would be based on use cases, based on talking to you, based on the having a proper feedback mechanisms to and fro. We have to work on that. That's what we are envisaging would happen in the next midterm plan, right? Yes, please. Yes.
Or repetitive work or creative work. Some children are very creative. So how do you quantify it? So this modeling only what we expect from institutions.
Exactly.
Because as of now, wherever we go, the psychiatrist or psychologist, they have their own some what you call aggressive models that that just goes on the development level. Development
Right.
level se kya lena, then aage kya karega? What the child will do.
Right. I would tell you one another harsh truth now. Okay, if any individual or parent would come with a particular request through one NGO, and if we will translate that to the development company or new, right, they would not have any motivation to design or develop product for you, because scalability is an issue, correct? But when we will come as a collective, then even that's what the last thing is. Why not have a startup ecosystem also focused on that? But even for startups, we have to give them some volume, some scale. So that is the intention. If we can come up as as a integrated entity, collective entity, then I think our power will be more, to bring, technology. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. So that's what, this is how we can complement each other. Like, we are good at developing technology. We are good at doing data analysis, right? We are good at building software, right? We can, even IIT Madras has a very good ecosystem for startups. In fact, some NGOs from their experience, if they want to come up with their own startup, so main thing is like, having a collective effort to bring everyone under one umbrella. So this is like, very ambitious, but I think possible proposal we have. So this is the final. I will not touch upon that, right? But this is definitely we all should be aspiring for, and again, this has to be a collective effort to build a center. So we can actually answer the question what we can include in the proposals and all. But do we have a center right now? The answer is no, right? Are we doing? We are working on, in different silos and islands. Different projects are there. I'm happy I'm joined with Professor Anil Prabhakar. He's also working on different technologies and gadgets, which is very important for, neurodiverse individual. So this is all what we have prepared. So would be very happy to have your comments to include anything, if we can include, be happy to include. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shindar. Let me have a closing thought on this. We are even here because we share your concerns, sir, which is why we are here and this day is happening today. And I would say that IIT cannot possibly have all the solutions for all the problems that we have, which is why it's very important that all of us get together, the QR scanner, and let's get together as a big family to solve these problems. And they don't have the subject matter expertise like we have. So it's our job. Rajeshwari from Madhumnarayan Center. So we need to understand that neurodivergence, what we mean by here is intellectual disability, ADHD, autism, SLD, and whatnot. Anything neuronal variation is neurodivergent if they are atypical, not deviate from the normal. That is neurodivergence. So we are addressing everybody. So it's just not autism or high functioning or ADHD. So we need to get the concept. Yes. We need to get the concepts right. And coming from early intervention, we cannot say they will not go to school education. They will definitely go to school education. And even in IIT, they have a no-fail policy. So they have to be in the mainstream wherever it is possible. That's one. And I empathize and I respect the grandfather and the father. I'm also a mom. I have a little man in the house, in my home. So I know how difficult it is to manage a child. And that is another aspect that we need to, as NGOs, get together and see how we can solve that problem, because that is beyond their realm. That's not their expertise. We need to take up with the government. We need to have advocacy. We need to put our strengths together and probably make a home like that, Vellore, wherever it arc, right? So make a affordable home. Okay, something like that. We need to kind of work together. With IIT, we are trying to look at scalable solutions where rural places can be reached out, and you come with the lesson plans. You have 5 into 50, 250 skills, right, in Upanayan? Come with lesson plans for each one of those with a project proposal and a funding source. IIT will do it for you. Okay, so that's the mindset we should have. We can't have blanket, what can you do for, they won't know. So we have to come with specific problem that is actionable, solvable with a funding source. Please. Thank you so much.
Right. No, I always say that one thing, this early screening, this is coming again and again. I really don't know why, when immunization has been strictly introduced in our country, why not, this early screen has not been introduced, as a part of mandatory, examination. Thank you.
Actually, sometimes autism doesn't show up till 3 years. And we do not give a label till 3 years for cerebral palsy. So we call it developmental delay. And only later because many children might just, neuroplasticity is so amazing that some children may come out of it and get on with regular milestones. So all labeling will be after 3 years. But now high risk babies are being identified and work is starting. But no, but once it's done.
Government of Telangana have got applications, mobile application, trained Angawadis, and data is being captured. I am not sure how it is being used. And there is research science, technologists from Manipal Institute of Technology who have done this as a startup. As a startup.
Yes, please. No, one sentence more, and then I get you. What I wanted to say was, even if the diagnosis comes in a Balwadi, Anganwadi, then what should the parent do? Because there's no pathway back to any kind of knowledge, treatment, management. So early intervention at the district level, they cannot reach it. So sometimes it's tricky knowing this, what to do about it then. No, that's what we would work on integration. Parents should be properly guided.
Correct. No, that's what,
Because many times they go to pediatrics.
I will tell you. No, I will tell you, many countries, they have attached the school admissions with the immunization record. So I'm saying, like, if such kind of policies can be there, screening not once or twice at the stages, if that can be done just like your immunization records, then it will.
Okay, we will follow up. We will follow up with your questions and concerns once you onboard with us. I mean, we will continue to engage in other small groups in our NGOs, so we can take turns, meet in our NGOs. Yeah, the QR scanner, onboard yourself, single point of contact Shrikant, and then there are key stakeholders in the flyer, group of people. You have his number, you can even midnight call, no problem. So we'll work on that.
24/7 availability.
Your food is getting cold, we need to really break.
Yeah, so we would conclude the session with the vote of thanks. Today's summit was not possible without the effort of Dean ACR. Dean ACR office has sponsored the whole event. We are very much thankful to that office. We are thankful to IIT Madras for giving us this facility. Thanks to all the participants, for gracing the occasion here. We are thankful to many volunteers. You have seen, like, many volunteers are running around. They have been working for past 1 week, day and night. So thank you very much. Thanks for the faculty of IIT Madras. Thanks to the NGOs, Meera, Swabhiman Representative Clark School. Right, thank you, Lavanya Madam, for accepting our invitation. National anthem. We will be, yeah. So we would conclude with the national anthem, but we really want to thanks our ICSR team, for facilitating us, and the caterers of the food, right? Which we are yet to have. Yeah, right. Thank you very much, to all of you.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे